in Abuja. May I now invite you to please begin to take your seats because the program is about to begin. Thank you. Let's rise and welcome the heads of states and government. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, walks in with his brother heads of states and friends. Let us now rise for the national anthem. Thank you very much. May we be seated, please. Your Excellency, the host president, Goodwill Ebele Jonathan, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, participating presidents, former presidents and heads of government of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, governors of respective state governments of Nigeria, here present, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Conference Center of Abuja. Today is a historic day for Nigeria, and we believe that you are all here to share this auspicious moment with us. Welcome. It is now my honor and privilege to invite His Excellency, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator Ayim Pius Ayim, to give his welcome remarks. Your Excellency, you are welcome.
Your Excellency, our dear host President, President Goodwill Ebele Jonathan, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, participating presidents and heads of governments, Your Excellency Architect Nama Disambo, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, participate in the theme of the conference. Your Excellencies, I now have the honor and privilege to invite to the podium His Excellency, President Goodwill Ebele Jonathan, to present his speech. I thank you all.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, my dear brothers, heads of state and government here with us, Your Excellencies, heads of delegations, let me especially appreciate the presence of the chairperson of the African Union, the president of the AU, and the president of ECOWAS. Dear Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, let me appreciate the presence of the Speaker of our Parliament that is here with us, also the Chairman of the ruling party, the PDP, the Chairman of the Board of Trustees of our party. Let me also especially appreciate the presence of some of our past heads of state here with us. Personally welcome some of them. Other distinguished guests present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, as our nation marks its first 100 years, we look back with gratitude to God and with pride in our citizens. We look forward also to the future with hope and confidence. In this hall and beyond, I am delighted to welcome many of our past, current, and future leaders, as well as our friends and partners from near and far, persons and nations that have stood with us in times past, and whose friendship we will continue to cherish in the years to come. It is my unique honor and to work with their families at this difficult moment of loss. This gruesome and mindless act of savagery is not Nigerian. It is not African. Let me assure all Nigerians that we will spare no resource in bringing those murderers to justice. As a nation whose fate and destiny are inextricably linked to that of the continent, Nigeria recognizes the opportunity of the moment, and particularly that this is a place and time to reflect on this theme of our centenary conference, human security, peace and development, an agenda for the 21st century. There is no doubt that Africa is rising Today, first for economic security, food security, health and education security, environmental security, and personal and community security. A firm commitment to human security holds the promise of an end to persistent conflicts, insecurity, poverty, disease, terrorism, and other scourges that undermine the attainment of our dreams. We must emphasize that human security and peace are intertwined. Peace is not just the absence of violence or war. Peace encompasses every aspect of social tranquility and well-being. The peace we strive for is a state marked by the absence of severe human want and avoidable fear. In our lifetime, this peace is attainable in our nations and in our continent. However, Your Excellencies, we must strengthen existing mechanisms for national and international conflict management and create new avenues for cooperation within and between our peoples and our nations. Your Excellencies and dear friends, I firmly share the view that if we stay focused and work together, we can make this 21st century the African century, a century where all our children will have enough to eat, a century where all our children will be in schools, a century where economic growth and prosperity touches all, regardless of gender, regardless of gender, economic, political status, ethnic or religious affinity. For this to be achieved, our development must be people-centered, people-driven, and anchored on human security. Your Excellencies, the current state of human security, peace and development in our dear continent presents a picture of hope as well as challenges. For over a decade, Africa has consolidated on its democracy, and many countries have exited military dictatorship. There is now a heightened commitment to the tenets of good governance and the rule of law. Nigeria has always sought security, peace, and development. We are steadily developing a strong and vibrant democracy. There is enthusiasm and there is a commitment and robust participation across the nation, with a purposeful government and active opposition parties. This was clearly expressed in the last national elections held in 2011, which received wide national and international acclaim and was adjudged the freest and fairest ever in our nation's history. But as our nations grow and as Africa grows, we must address some fundamental challenges to our human security, peace, and development. Terrorism, which is a global menace, has extended its tentacles to Africa and indeed in Nigeria. In concert with our regional and global partners, we will continue to respond strategically and decisively to this scourge, and together with our people, we shall end the killings and bring terrorism to an end. Your Excellencies, let us work together across boundaries, not only to coordinate and strengthen our defenses, but also to address any socio-economic roots on which these extreme ideologies thrive. Terrorism must be condemned in the strongest possible terms. We all must work together collectively to rid our world of haters of peace, who use terror to maim, kill, instill fear, and deny people their rights to peace and security. The Boko Haram insurgency in Nigeria is one of such condemnable acts of terror. We have continued to deploy human and military intelligence in close collaboration with our partners to bring an end to their nefarious activities. Greater regional cooperation in intelligence gathering and control of intelligence will ensure not only Nigeria's security, but also the security of our neighbors. A great threat to our collective human and national security is the rising menace of the use of small arms and light weapons. Out of the 500 million illegal small arms and light weapons in the world, an estimated 100 million are in Africa, with ECOWAS taking about 10% of this. And these are in the hands of non-state actors. Africa has had enough of wars, and the cost of wars and insurgencies are too high. It has been estimated that Africa loses $18 billion per year from wars as well as insurgencies. Wars, insurgencies, and conflicts impact neighboring countries even more due to displacement of refugees, illegal trafficking of arms, and disruption of economic activities. When there are wars or conflicts, we all lose. When there is peace, we all win. We must deepen our resolve to regulate the illicit trade in small arms and light weapons, strengthen our enforcement of the regional protocols, such as the Economic Community of West African States Convention on Small Arms and Light Weapons, the ammunition and related materials, and the Nairobi Protocol for the prevention, control, and reduction of small arms and light weapons in the Great Lake regions and the Horn of Africa. We must do more to reduce some of the drivers of growth in illicit small arms, including human insecurity, inequalities, marginalization, ineffective disarmament, social exclusion, and the culture of violence. Africa faces a huge challenge with youth population bulge. By 2050, it is projected that about 40% of the population of Africa will be made up of young people below the age of 15, while about 60% of the population will be made up of young people below the age of 25 years. And of course, we know the culture of Africa, where we take care of our children until they are fully grown. Children below the age of 25, most of them are still unmarried and at the tutelage of and the control of their parents. That means that 40% of our population will be taken care of 60%, which will be a major challenge for all of us. A major concern is the high level of unemployment among the youth, especially those that are educated and skilled. No priority for human security is more important for African countries than a sharp focus on creating jobs for this teeming young population. Skill acquisition, entrepreneurship, development, encouraging the youth to go into agriculture as a business and providing them with access to cheaper financing to fulfill their dreams are all needed to harness and unleash the power of our youth to secure our collective future. To foster this, we need to further strengthen intra-African trade to create jobs. Africa must add value to its primary products and commodities to ensure that wealth is created on the continent. This will create wider scope for prosperity for our populations. We must address the issues of inequality. There is no doubt that Africa is growing, and our economies are among some of the fastest growing in the world. But this growth is not creating enough impact in terms of improving the living standards of our people. We need inclusive growth that can stimulate broader shared prosperity among our citizens. Social policies that improve access to food, water, housing, and education are crucial for inclusive growth and social participation. We must address the challenges of climate change. While Africa accounts for less than 3% of greenhouse emissions, it bears the greatest brunt of the negative impact of climate change. Increasing incidences of floods and droughts create vulnerabilities, displace populations, and threaten human security. The Africa Risk Capacity, the specialized agency of the African Union, has a major role to play in reducing the impacts of climate change on farmers, pastorals, food security, and budgets of government as they address the challenges imposed by extreme weather events and natural disasters. Africa must address the issues of women empowerment to improve human security. When there are wars and social conflicts, women and children bear the brunt of it. So when we have peace and stability, women and children should be those who benefit the most. That is why I'm calling today for an affirmative finance action for women. Under this action, banks should devote at least 30% of their bank lending in agriculture to women farmers and women-owned agribusinesses. The evidence is clear that women rarely default on loans. This purposeful focus on women must become our priority for the post-2015 MDGs. My conviction is securing women's future will secure Africa's future. This brighter future can only occur if we improve governance and accountability systems. We must reduce the cost of governance and increase more of the national resources on the governed. In particular, we need to reduce the cost of elections, electioneering, and shift greater focus on ensuring that the dividends of democracy are delivered to our peoples. But democracy alone is not enough. We must remain vigilant and look into our peculiar situation in Africa and identify critical factors that belies the extremism and terrorism that threatens our collective security. The enemies of the state today in Africa are often faceless, driven by religious extremism, ethnic mistrust, and rivalries, and propagandas of hate. Their nefarious actions are not limited to any single country, and no one is immune. Therefore, as leaders, we also must change our approach and work more closely together to confront and defeat terrorists and purveyors of hate. Terrorists do not respect borders or boundaries. And I always say that our new security architecture must recognize the fact that the terrorists and trans-border criminals don't respect our boundaries and our borders. Our law enforcement agencies have to respect our international boundaries. There must be compromise on this if we will effectively root out criminality and trans-border crimes. While we respect our national boundaries, terrorists move in and out of our borders. It is now time that we agree as African leaders that acts of terror against one nation is an act of terror against all nations. We must not allow our countries to become safe havens for terrorists. We must cooperate maximally in better managing our political boundaries. We should adopt protocols that allow countries to pursue terrorists well into their safe havens in other nations. While we cannot redefine our borders, we must redefine our collective approach to ending trans-boundary terrorism and insurgencies. Your Excellencies, the African Union peer review mechanism needs to pay greater attention to the issues of human security, peace, and development. To promote this, I wish to propose the development of an African Human Security Index that helps us to measure the progress we are making on these and other critical issues in Africa. are shaped by African countries themselves. What Africa needs more than anything else in this 21st century, therefore, is collective action for positive transformation for the good of the continent. There is no doubt that this is African century. That is why I want to call on other African leaders to join me in seeking new ways to achieve our goals together, new strategies and workable solutions that advance our cause for peace and development. Let us work towards an Africa where economic growth leads to jobs for all school leavers, regardless of their ethnicity, their religion, or their gender. Let us work towards an Africa where we all live free from the fear of war and terrorism, and where young Africans see a future for themselves in productive employment.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, thank you so very much for such a profound and historic statement, truly reflective of the auspicious occasion which we mark this morning. At this stage, we will be privileged to receive 6 presentations on the theme of our summit, Human Security, Peace and Development, Agenda for the 21st Century. So please, help me to welcome His Excellency, the Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn.
Excellency and dear brother Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellencies, heads of state and government, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, let me begin by conveying the message of solidarity of the people and government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia to you and through you to the people and government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on the centenary of the amalgamation that brought together the then northern and southern protectorates that formed your great country, Nigeria. I would also like to express how I feel singularly honored and humbled to be amongst a distinguished panel of leaders, statesmen, and scholars to say a few things on a topic that squarely captures what I believe should be the most important priorities of our continent in the 21st century. I will keep my intervention brief by avoiding, as much as I can, overly academic renditions on the topics and by rather focusing on the silent, practical manifestations in Africa of the interplay between the concepts chosen for the conference. I will also say a couple of things about my country's experience in addressing the myriad challenges that we have faced in the light of the topic at hand. Let me therefore proceed by once again acknowledging the theme for the conference, Human Security, Peace and Development, Agenda for the 21st Century Africa. Is indeed fitting and appropriate to reflect, as it does, the very challenge that we have faced as a continent for decades on end and will continue to tackle not just at the level of individual countries, but more importantly, at the level of the continent as a whole. The history of Africa for the better part of the last many centuries was largely a record of an almost laundry list of violence, deprivation, and bad governance be visited upon the continent and its people through a multitude of agents. Africa has for centuries found itself at the receiving end of injustice, with its people constantly subjected to all kinds of senseless violence imaginable, be it through slave trade, colonialism, and neo-colonialism, or of late, through neoliberal economic orthodoxies that wrought unparalleled havoc on the continent and its people. Whether in the context of the inter- and intra-state wars repeatedly unleashed, famines that regularly occurred, or on account of bad policies that did come and go in quick succession, the common thread that runs through the history of Africa was the rather disheartening narrative of hopelessness and loss of lives of millions throughout the continent. Africa's predicament in the last few centuries could be safely described in terms of pervasive violence and insecurity, rampant conflict and war, and extreme deprivation and abject poverty. Or in a word, as the theme of the conference aptly captures it, Africa's predicament has for the most part been about the absence of, or otherwise, of human security, of peace, and of course, economic development. If Africa is to cast off this once seemingly immutable image of hopelessness and violence, as I am sure it should, and in fact there is very reason to believe that it indeed will, its leaders must square off with this very challenge that many had the audacity to consider the continent's permanent features. The topics are very relevant because they remind us of the huge responsibility we have as a continent to take stock of the question of human security, peace, and development in Africa. Whatever the academic and ideological hair-splitting surrounding the topic, however, it's critical that we realize how interconnected or interrelated these three concepts are. Whatever the mostly academic and sometimes ideological definitions, notwithstanding, any discussion about human security, as opposed to traditional notion of national security, will invariably go beyond the rather narrow reference to the vulnerability of individuals to violence emanating out of conflicts. As it is clearly outlined in the UNDP's report on human security, the phrase in its broadest sense embraces far more than the absence of violent conflict. It encompasses human rights, good governance, access to education and health care, and ensuring that each individual has opportunities and choices to fulfill his or her own potential, freedom from want, freedom from fear, and the freedom of the future generations to inherit a healthy natural environment. If people still suffer from preventive disease or die of starvation, even in apparently the most peaceful of situations, the fact will still remain that the basic human security are far from met. So, ensuring human security in the context of our continent is about addressing the myriad challenges of Africans have faced for decades on end, which are not only questions of development, and they certainly are also the heart of many civil wars and conflicts throughout the continent, past and present. Lack of sustenance of life, food insecurity, abject poverty, lack of education and health and other social services, chronic unemployment, to mention but few, are what caused the untold human suffering that Africa has undergone and still undergoes in some respects. Whatever our ideological orientations or which school of thought in this debate we may subscribe to, one thing we can agree, at least in the context of Africa, is that our failure to address the most of these challenges, hence our propensity to conflicts has mostly to do with issues of governance, mainly as pertains to allocation of resources. The source of many conflicts in Africa has mainly to do with the presence of, to borrow a phrase from Frances Stewart, horizontal inequality within a polity, be it political, economic, or social. That this inequality helps breed conflicts, and the prevalence of conflict further aggravates the myriad source of insecurity, both human as well as national. At the risk of sounding simplistic, the only way we Africans can break this vicious cycle is through improving our governance structures. While there is no one-size-fits-all ideological blueprint to get this process right, there appears to be a growing consensus that all-inclusive political arrangement is an absolute imperative. The whole notion of introducing all-inclusive political arrangement in any given system meant to address these historical inequalities could only make sense if this political experiment also at the same time involves putting in place policies that could ensure sustainable economic development, benefiting the cross-section of society, irrespective of ethnicity, gender, political affiliation, or class. In essence, addressing a deadly conflict between two groups in a society arising out of many real or perceived inequalities among them is the first and foremost about addressing the political system that made the inequality possible in the first place. Political arrangements alone, however well-intentioned they might be, cannot address inequalities on their own, but they are the necessary, albeit not sufficient conditions for any functioning system. This is about rising to the use-bulge challenge we face as a continent, to work diligently on making the best use of our demographic dividend, as it were, and make the 21st century a truly African century. To put it in the crude form, this is about ridding our societies of hunger and starvation, ensuring food security, and creating job opportunities for all through economic transformation. That's, of course, why we need to put in place policies that ensure equitable distribution of wealth among citizens, or ensuring economic development as opposed to just growth. Hence, a need for a developmental role for the state. While it would be foolhardy to argue that sound political arrangements and economic growth, or even development alone, can in and of themselves rid our countries of all sorts of conflict, thereby ensuring human security, it's nonetheless patently clear that without these two, no important amount of effort can bring us anywhere close to where we want to be in terms of ensuring human security or peace. That brings me to what I believe is an encouraging narrative that has been heard loud and clear out of Africa for the last decade or so, that Africans are sick and tired of conflicts and abject poverty, and they are determined to do something about it. 4 salient points stand out in this regard. First, the continent, through its collective voice, has been in the forefront of addressing the lack of good governance and underdevelopment. The AU's Constitutive Act clearly stipulates that the security threat to Africans anywhere is no longer the exclusive responsibility of the state, with its principle of non-indifference mandating each member state to act when citizens of a member state are subjected to collective violence, such as genocide and crimes against humanity. The continent has been very consistently opposed to unconstitutional routes to power and has been adamant in its collective effort to promote democracy and good governance through Africa with the help of Africa's own institutions, such as the APRM Forum. Second, the security architecture of the African Union and other regional African groupings such as IGAD, ECOWAS, ECAS, and SADC have been instrumental in reducing the vulnerability to threats of violence or effectively addressing them when they occur. Third, governments have been putting higher premiums than ever on the need for the expansion of social services such as education, health, and other social and economic infrastructures, and on productive sectors that help raise the living condition of citizens. At the continental level, efforts to further enhance gains in economic growth and transformation have been gathering momentum. Equally important, Africa has been in the forefront of the campaign against climate change. Many African countries are adopting green growth paths, all the while harmonizing their efforts to mitigate the deleterious effects of climate change for human security, peace, and development. What with decades-long the civil war, ethnic inequality, and oppression, abject poverty, and whatnot, Ethiopia 23 years ago was a power cage on the brink of disintegration, and its nations and nationalities subject to all kinds of violence. We did face a stark reality, and we had to make a very difficult choice. It was very obvious that the only way to save the country from making it possible for the fullest possible mobilization of our people. Our nascent democratic institutions have also been instrumental in helping to get the government policy priorities right. Not only have we managed to address potential source of violent conflicts between and among communities through the new political arrangement, but we have also expanded the reach of and access to various social services throughout the country, thereby addressing the rampant inequality that characterized Ethiopia in the past. We have created millions of jobs through the promotion of small and micro enterprises, opened dozens of universities and technical and vocational institutions, and continue to build on our achievements and work on our weaknesses. Amartya Sen has suggested that the objective of development should be the enhancement of people's capabilities or the opportunities open to people of being and doing a variety of things. For this to happen, not only should development be the priority, but it should also be achieved through and is further expedited by a participatory democratic path that ensures the fullest possible choice for citizens and unleash their energy. Although we still have a long way to go, what we have achieved the last 2 decades is proof positive that there is no shortcut path to peace and human security than through democratic developmental approach. As clearly stated in our foreign affairs and national security policy, our insurance, even against external aggression, is how successful we are in effectively addressing our democratic deficit and prevalent poverty, which have always been the twin source of our vulnerability. We believe there are inseparable building blocks of our national security. Now that we are making progress on both 2 fronts, we have been able to reduce threats to human security as well, whether from conflicts or from lack of economic transformation. This is not to say that...
I just thought I should say that if I would be kindly indulged. May I now respectfully invite the next speaker. Please join me to welcome Her Excellency, the President of Liberia, President Ellen Sirleaf Johnson. Thank you.
President Goodwill Jonathan, fellow heads of state and government, Mr. Speaker, parliamentarians, ministers, and other officials of government, special guests, brothers and sisters of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first express to you, President Jonathan, and the people of Nigeria, the profound sympathy of the people and government of Liberia on the massacre of students in Yobe State. Thank you, Mr. President, for the invitation to be a part of this historic Nigeria Centenary Celebration Conference with its focus on human security, peace, and development. Thank you also for your keynote address, setting out human security and development agenda for Africa in the 21st century. I'm honored to speak on the Liberian experience. Liberia, which seeks to make the country a more prosperous and inclusive state. A decade of unbroken and sustained peace was made possible through determined domestic effort, significant regional support, for which Nigeria was key, and international support, including a United Nations peacekeeping mission. Professor Paul Collier gave Liberia 2 reasons to be hopeful of this lasting peace in Liberia. One is the passage of time, that after 10 years of peace, the risk of going back to war is much less. The other is economic development, that when income doubles, the risk of civil war halves. With every passing year, we are putting the dreadful specter of war further behind us, enabling us to tackle the challenges of human security and national reconciliation. The United Nations Secretary-General High-Level Panel on the Post-2015 Development Agenda defines human security as reducing the level of poverty. Poverty defined not just in terms of income, but also access to basic health care and quality education, adequate housing, employment, and a safe environment. Human security is the vision to end extreme poverty in all its forms in the context of sustainable development and put in place all building blocks of sustained prosperity for all. Human security is about freedom, freedom from want, through empowerment and equity, ensuring that all people have access to basic services, that they can find a livelihood and have a voice in determining healing and mending and transforming relationships, as well as confronting and addressing historical wrongs, including the structural root causes of and potential areas of conflict in the country. The roadmap notes our nation's history of cleavage, disunity, and confrontation, but also a history of a resilient people who have time and time again risen above the odds during times of adversity to reach across the divide and promote a united country. Land, which should be a fundamental input in economic production, representing the biggest prospect for poverty reduction and investment and growth, remains today a vortex of contention brought about by claims and illegal occupation during years of displacement and exile. A land commission established in 2009 is actively involved in resolving these intractable historical land issues through a harmonization of formal and customary land laws. Categories of land rights include private land rights, customary land rights, government land rights, and public land rights. The new land rights policy aimed to reduce the tension between communities and other right holders, recognizing that land reform is central to national reconciliation. Also central to national reconciliation in Liberia is a process we call the National Palava Hut Program, not unlike the Gacaca in Rwanda. a traditional and cultural conflict resolution mechanism common in rural Liberia, which we launched last October. Palava Hut talks in the form of community-based truth-telling, attunement, and psychological recovery will be conducted in towns, villages, and cities across the country and will provide victims and perpetrators a safe place to tell their stories and seek the means of fostering national peace and reconciliation. An independent National Commission on Human Rights is overseeing this process and coordinating its activities. We have challenged the Commission, traditional and religious leaders, the Liberia Council of Churches, the Muslim Council, political parties, civil society, and Liberians to fully participate and support the National Palava Hut program in order to ensure lasting peace and harmony. Central to the provision of human security and national reconciliation is transparency in the utility of our natural and God-given resources. Therefore, we sign on to the Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative and partner with Revenue Watch to improve transparency and accountability in mining, agriculture, forestry, and the nascent oil sector to ensure that revenues generated from national resources can bring more benefits to all citizens. In the interest of creating a free and fair open society, we strive to have an inclusive government, one that is courageous enough to include people from all parties, all counties, all religions, even those who have maligned us. This is in line with our policy to create an environment where all Liberians are assured of their rights and enjoy the benefits of their homeland. Liberia has come a long way, and yet has a longer way to go. But the future is bright, full of promise, because the Liberian people, walking away from the terror of the past, have made it so. Mr. President, dear colleagues, Liberia's peace and prosperity is intertwined with that of all African countries, particularly those in the West Africa sub-region. This is why we applaud the tremendous effort you are making to contain the conflicts in your own country, Nigeria, and through significant contribution, the conflict in several other countries throughout our region. Today, our continent ranks high on the perception ladder of potentially successful transformation, made possible by the support of our regional institutions, underpinned by the African Union, which continues to place peace and security as top priorities. Today, the winds of solidarity, cooperation, and pursuit of integration blow strong among all our countries. Tomorrow, perhaps, the dream of Nkrumah of political union will come true. I thank you.
Your Excellency, President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the President of the Republic of Liberia, thank you so very much for that statement. There has been some informal consultations among heads here present on the issue of time management. And it has been resolved in the best interest of all, given the fundamental importance that we all attach to the issue of human security, that nothing should be done that will impede everyone here present, particularly heads of states here present, from making their views clear on this very important subject. So what goes on that for that is that there will be no formal coffee break, but coffee, of course, is provided on the margins, and any heads here present or any high delegate here present may avail himself of the opportunity of a coffee break on the sides while the conversations here, these important conversations, will continue. I thought I should convey this at this moment, and thank you for your attention. At this juncture, I would like to invite, please join me to welcome His Excellency Jose Manuel Barroso, the President of the European Union Commission, who will speak on this subject. Your Excellency, you're welcome.
Mr. President Jonathan, heads of state and government, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. 100 years ago, at the start of 1914, Western Africa changed for good. The amalgamation of two parts of what was then the British Empire would be the first step, the second being the Declaration of Independence, 46 years later, towards what is today one of the most powerful and vibrant countries in the region, and indeed in the whole of Africa. This is why I'm so happy and honored to be here in Abuja today, representing the European Union. When our friends celebrate, and 100 years is certainly a good reason to celebrate, we like to join in the celebration. I thank you, President Jonathan, for your kind invitation. Your country, Nigeria, has grasped this historic moment to think about its future role as a key player in West Africa's development, in Africa as a whole, and internationally. Nigeria's people, while strong growth continues, are eager to work towards their future, united and indivisible. 100 years ago, in the course of 1914, my continent, Europe, took a turn for the worse. The escalation that led to the First World War set our countries on the way to unprecedented and incomprehensible destruction. That war, and the next one, the Second World War, would change the worldview of generations of Europeans, so that they would take the first steps towards mending their fractured continent to take it forward to a better future. In a different way, the Europeans too wanted and needed to be united. The European Union they created will always be mindful of the value of peace and development, because it has seen the other side, because our union is itself a product of war, strife and missed opportunities. We take the lessons we have learned with us in the partnerships we set up internationally, like this partnership with Africa. For that reason, we are, and will always be, eager to work with the whole African continent and Nigeria, that is hosting us today, as they energetically prepare for the next 100 years. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, there is plenty to build that success on. The economy of this country, of more than 170 million people, is one of the two biggest in the continent. With 1 in 2 West Africans being Nigerian, and 1 in 4 people in the whole of Africa, it is a massive pool of human resources and a great source of entrepreneurship at the heart of a fast-growing internal market. And with an impressive stock of energy resources, there is a lot of wealth to start from. No wonder the economy is growing at a healthy pace, about 7% this year. But even more important than Nigeria's natural strengths is what the country makes of them. Nigeria realizes not even an economy of that size can ever be an island unto itself, that such promising resources need careful handling, and that talent needs to be nurtured. As one of your main partners, we too believe in that approach, and we want to support it. The European Union's relationship with Nigeria is broad and deep. Nigeria has one of the biggest diaspora communities in Europe. The European Union is Nigeria's largest trading partner, accounting for 35.4% of exports of Nigeria and 30% of its imports. Nigeria is also one of the most frequent destinations of European investment and business people in Africa. In addition, we have a long and positive tradition of working with the government of Nigeria to increase economic growth and expand social equity. Over the past 6 years, the European Development Fund has been particularly active in helping to improve access to water and health services, supporting post-crisis reconciliation and security in the South, and strengthens governance, making peace and security more sustainable. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, important as it is, Nigeria's partnership with Europe goes much beyond the mere bilateral relationship. Housing the headquarters of Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, here in Abuja, Nigeria plays a decisive role in regional integration, which the European Union also actively supports. An important landmark in this field has been reached with the adoption of a common external tariff at the latest ECOWAS summit, which will further increase regional economic integration. This important step has in turn significantly contributed to the successful conclusion of negotiations on the economic partnership agreement. I would like to commend West Africa for its constructive attitude in this process which made it possible to move forward and reach a deal after more than 10 years of efforts. This agreement, expanding the possibilities for trade and investment, is also fully supportive of the region's development prospects and needs. It will stimulate growth in all countries. The next step is the political endorsement by ECOWAS heads of state on the 24th of March, so that we can turn this political agreement, which is so promising for all West Africa's economy, into the economic reality as soon as possible. But ECOWAS is also making great strides in the peace and security field and is taking a lead in tackling challenges of migration, instability and insecurity that affect all countries and that have an impact in the region but also in Europe. That too is something we want to support, that action for peace. Because if the opportunities come from linking up all countries in the region, the challenges also demand cooperation by neighbouring countries and beyond. The threat of extremist forces and religious radicalism is affecting Nigeria, but also some of its partners. And on this matter, allow me to say that we were all shocked on Tuesday with the news of an attack in Boniadi which caused the death of 29 young students, the latest in a series of brutal and unjustifiable attacks by terrorists on civilians. Let me offer my deep condolences to the families of the victims and to the Nigerian people. Radicalism, extremism and hate have no place in our societies and can only deserve our strongest condemnation and rejection. The European Union stands firmly with Nigeria in its fight against the scourge of terrorism. We are determined in assisting the countries in the region to tackle these threats in its widest sense, focusing on the underlying causes of instability and not just on the symptoms. As a telling example, we are currently designing a strategy for the Gulf of Guinea, covering the coastal states from Senegal to Angola, in order to support the countries in the region to coordinate and strengthen their efforts to overcome the threats to maritime security in the Gulf. I believe only collective efforts will succeed. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, the relationship with the European Union strongly supports these developments. As ever, Europe has been at your side in continuing its commitment to African development through political cooperation, to financial assistance and economic partnerships. In 2012, for instance, the European Union disbursed over half of the world's development assistance of 50.6 billion euros in total, half of which coming through the European Development Fund rights, including the denial of human rights and the denial of the rule of law. They can also stem from corruption, a lack of accountability in political governance, exclusion and marginalization of social and ethnic groups, or lack of perspectives for its young people. This is why the recognition of the link between insecurity, poverty and governance is at the heart of the European Union approach in external relations, in particular in regions such as the Sahel, the Horn of Africa or the Great Lakes. This is also why we have been assisting in the full operationalization of the Africa Peace and Security Architecture, APSA, since its creation, by lending political and financial support to the specific role of the African Union in peace and security matters, in articulation with the regional economic communities. The European Union is by far the most important donor for APSA, Africa Peace and Security Architecture, and policies, with the African Peace Facility being the major instrument for this purpose, through which we have channeled already over €1 billion for capacity building or peace support operations. We are actively supporting missions from AMISOM in Somalia to MINUSMA in Mali or to MISCA in the Central African Republic. We support the principle of African solutions for African problems. But besides political or financial support, we also participate with personnel. We currently have 9 operations deployed in Africa with over 2,300 men and women serving in support of African efforts to consolidate peace, security and stability. And we are determined to work further with you in reinforcing African capabilities and capacities to take over the lead whenever and wherever you can. We realize
on the topic of the United Kingdom's support for peace and security in Africa in the face of emerging threats. Sorry, it's not very clear in my script. But before that, can I just say my mea culpa, because he was actually supposed to speak before
expanding trade relationship and our countless educational, sporting and cultural connections. So it is exciting to recognise, as we stand at the dawn of a new century for Nigeria, that the future brings with it extraordinary possibilities for your country and for many African nations. In 1914, the amalgamation of the Northern and Southern Protectorates and Lagos brought together peoples, territory and resources that had never before considered themselves having mutual interests. That brought challenges, but Nigeria's diversity has brought the country strength, resilience and a multitude of talent. It has grown and Nairobi, or the scientific innovation in South Africa. Energy and ambition can be found every large part down to the achievements that many African governments have made over the last decade, lifting millions of people out of poverty and conflict. And I would like to put on the record my admiration for this significant achievement. Will not be judged by rhetoric, but by outcomes, and they are democracy, prosperity and stability. Choice is on democracy. African nations will need to direct themselves with determination towards democracy. This is a call from Africa, what it promises. But democracies do not flourish, nor do economies grow in the midst of instability. So the final area I wish to highlight for Nigeria and elsewhere on the African continent is the imperative on providing security for all citizens. Any government has the right and indeed the obligation to defend its territory and people from terror. Remain the largest investor, and we are making significant strides to meet our ambition to double bilateral trade with Nigeria from £4 billion sterling in 2011 to £8 billion sterling by the end of this year. And as one of the world's largest exporters, and with our global leadership and expertise in education, logistics, retailing, creative industries, hydrocarbons, agriculture, banking, renewable energy, pharmaceutical, financial services, extractives, research and development, and with businesses that pride themselves on sound ethical governance, the United Kingdom has a huge amount to offer Africa's emerging economies. Some will say that we're doing these things out of self-interest, but let me be clear. It is in the United Kingdom's interest to people a happy 100th birthday. and I look forward to the next century of our partnership and to huge Nigerian and African success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the representative of the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, for that statement. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency, Dr. Salim Ahmed Salim,
in the service of our continent. Africa is currently at a critical juncture with a variety of challenges. Many of our countries have soared and surged both economically and socially. Members is something we all aspire to do, ensuring the feeling of inclusiveness among our diverse social, economic, and political groupings, while making sure that we do not lose the hope and basic expectation that tomorrow will be better than yesterday, and the belief that with an equitable opportunity, we can develop our lives if we... In this situation where you have political yesterday, when in reality their lives become worse, when a significant deficit exists between people's expectations and reality, that is when communities are at the most vulnerable. Frustration boils over because jobs are still to be had, youth unemployment rages on, people believe that tomorrow will be better, because if not, we'll then lose the raging battle, because I think it's really important not to underestimate its impact. Terrorism continues to threaten our peace and stability, but so does internal conflict and violence, trafficking and criminality. Also, financial volatility associated with it and threats to peace are more likely to be found at home than across borders, and lines between criminal and political violence blurred. Human trafficking across the continent continues to deteriorate with no substantial efforts to curtailing it. And to effectively deal with this, a more cooperative and collaborative approach, either under our regional system or bilaterally, is necessary. Perhaps the best way forward, with Nigeria leading the way in West Africa, is to continue investing on regional and, where necessary, continental approaches through the African Union in solving conflicts. As we are seeing today, the greater the density of regional or intergovernmental agreements, mechanisms, and processes in which African states are involved, the greater their resilience will be. The more African states are anchored in structures of regional cooperation, the more resilient they are.
But we will just take a few minutes to listen to the centenary songs, if we have them now. If we do not have that, then we will take the speech from the next person on the Goodwill messages.
For human security and the prosperity of its peoples,
de ce monde,
the people of
de
this
tous nos
world,
partenaires dont je salue
and all our
la présence
partners
de certains
whose
parmi nous.
presence I
Cette vision
recognize
repose,
here.
Monsieur le Président, sur la
This
paix,
vision
la stabilité, la
rests on
sécurité
peace, stability,
et la bonne gouvernance des
security,
affaires
and
de notre
good
continent
governance
et de notre
of
planète.
the affairs of both our
C'est
continents
pourquoi,
and the entire world. It is for this reason
en de pareils cas,
that
Monsieur le Président, c'est pourquoi je voudrais saluer
I wish
avec beaucoup de
to
différences
in the 21st century for our continent and our world that is shaken by plagues of different natures. As you said quite rightly, we do have strong institutions to deal with human security. In each one of our countries, we need to have strong choir to build strong positions. As you rightly said, if we wish to have prosperity, democracy must be matched by economic recovery that will feed, that will shelter, that will educate, that will provide health, that will provide human security. For this purpose, we must recognize that there can be no human security without unity amongst us. Without an African Renaissance, we need to look at infrastructure, as you rightly said. We cannot set this matter aside if we wish to ensure that our country is interconnected. I recognize the representative of the UK Prime Minister of all the powers. You would not be a power without our continent, because that is the way of the world. The future belongs to God, and therefore we can have hope. The world, we dream of a better...
Right. And join me to welcome President Blaise Compaoré, the President of the Republic of Burkina Faso. You have the floor, sir.
Monsieur le Président de la République fédérale du Nigeria, Monsieur le Président de la République française,
the President of the French Republic, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Burkina Faso is pleased to celebrate with its sister country on the celebration of the amalgamation of the North and South Protectorate in 1914. Also, I am pleased to congratulate my friend and brother, President Goodluck Jonathan, and to congratulate his government and the Nigerian people. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the 100th anniversary of Nigeria, this is a symbol which I want to particularly commend. We commend the unity, which is a factor of living together in peace and progress, pride in West Africa for the full economic, political and social integration. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that in the 100th anniversary, strong, based on the advantage and based on the dynamism to Africa and the world, working for peace and security in the service of development. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Burkina, on its part, is committed in recent years in building a national country which is filled of peace, stability and security, which will guarantee liberties, and also engaged in economic reforms of companies for the liberalization of the economy and also sanitization of public management. Furthermore, it is committed to enhance the progress recorded in agriculture mines in order to achieve a growth of 7% in 2014 and, of course, covering inflation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is obvious that this policy, which is a factor of human security, peace and development, are the areas which will form the political stability of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, today, when the Nigerian people is confronting grave terrorist attacks, I want to uphold the people of Nigeria and express the support of the Nigerians. I want to say that Nigeria, a unified country, a strong country, which is working towards a unified and integration West Africa. I thank you all.
We thank the President of the Republic of Burkina Faso, President Blaise Compaoré, for his eloquent statement. Our sixth major speaker for the first cluster of our program today arrived a few minutes ago into the hall. And we're very delighted that he came all the way from France. He is the distinguished President of the Republic of France, President Hollande. You have the floor, sir.
Monsieur le Président, cher Goodluck, je tenais à être présent pour cet événement. I wish to welcome all of the heads of states and ministers who represent the African continent and indeed well beyond. I would like to welcome President Barroso, who represents the links between our two continents. 100 years for an individual, this is usually the end of the journey. For a nation, 100 years is still very young, but it provides history and it enables conclusions to be drawn from history. This history, your history, the history of Nigeria, the amalgamation of two protectorates at the beginning of the 20th century, which enabled the founding of Nigeria, followed by your independence. The history is the history of your struggle for unity through hardship, sometimes major hardship, and I'm thinking in particular of the Biafra War. But history also tells us that federalism, the ban on ethnic parties, policies for reconciliation are the best response every time the danger, the threat of separatism emerges. And you have proved this. Today, Nigeria is confronted with terrorism from Boko Haram. This terrorism is no different from the other it have displayed in recent years. Nigeria has become a major economy, perhaps Africa's leading economy, with strong growth, a high standard of living, and the emergence of Nigeria, everybody can testify to this, is an opportunity for the whole of the African continent. France has established with Nigeria and other countries which are represented here an economic relationship in order to rise to the challenges of access to electricity, to drinking water, to process waste, to provide a transport system, to train youth. And this is why we pay the greatest attention to establishing new ties for development between France, Europe, and Africa. The time of submission, domination, of markets that are shared, all this is behind us. You have wanted there to be global competition, and France must respond, and Europe must respond to this challenge. You also, on the occasion of today's centenary celebration of Nigeria, you also wanted this meeting to cover the theme of security. I fully share this goal. The African continent is threatened by trafficking, drugs, arms, and also human trafficking. It is also hit by terrorism, as I've just spoken about. Europe is not protected from this. Anything that happens in Africa can have direct consequences in Europe, and this is the reason why France has taken on its responsibilities, and also we have stood by the people of Mali at a tragic time in order to give them the necessary support in order to enable them to retrieve their territory and to restore democracy. I decided, after this intervention, to restructure the French military operations in Africa with fewer static forces in the military bases and far greater mobility and cooperation with the African armies, because the Africans themselves must ensure their own security. I have therefore committed that France will train every year 20,000 African soldiers. I wish to act with the African Union, which is represented here, and I wish to commend it, and all the regional organizations, and in particular, I'm here in Abuja with ECOWAS. ECOWAS has done a great deal for the regional integration of Western Africa and was present when the deployment of forces in Mali was required, and I would like to thank ECOWAS on this occasion. We're also facing the threat of piracy, in particular in the Gulf of Guinea. It is a scourge, and Nigeria is hit along with other neighboring countries. You're all the more concerned because oil struggles emerge which use the pretext of religion or use fanaticism or fear to pit men and women against each other, whereas in fact they should be part of the national union. And this is why we are in the Central African Republic, and this is why France, standing by the African states, and there are many of them, France has decided, along with the African states, to be present. We could have stood aside. We could have decided that there was no room for a French presence. History has shown that we were perhaps too present on this continent, but no, there was a humanitarian risk, the risk of a humanitarian disaster, which has emerged already through thousands of deaths, and therefore we responded to the call of the United Nations, the resolution of the Security Council, and with our African friends, we have managed to step in to separate the warring parties. Much remains to be done. The Secretary General of the United Nations has asked for reinforcements. We endorse the proposal. The Africans also, and there will soon be 6,000 African soldiers, and tomorrow, very soon, a UN peacekeeping force will take over. But what we're doing in Central Africa is also a lesson to enable a country to restore its territorial integrity, even though there are risks involved, but also to restore the authority of the state, because without this, there cannot be a national community living in peace. This is a lesson that we are giving for the whole of Central Africa, which may well be threatened by these inter-religious struggles. I would like to thank the European Union, the African Union, for what they are doing, because security is crucial for development. Africa has a great future. It is the continent of the future. This is where the major infrastructures will be built, that new sources of energy will be deployed. This is where the new requirements of the world will be defined. This is a continent full of promise, but which may be hindered by instability and the lack of security. We should also provide our full support for development, and France and Europe must help in this. 80% of French overseas development aid goes to Africa, and we will continue. We have decided to double the funding for Africa. Those who are from the French Development Agency, the funds from this agency, for the next 5 years, because we feel that these projects will be good for Africa and good for Europe, good for growth around the world. President, ladies and gentlemen, presidents, heads of state and government, this is what I have come to tell you on behalf of France. We have responsibilities to shoulder together, responsibility for security, responsibility for development, responsibility for the global economy. We also have other responsibilities that lie ahead, and namely the responsibility for the climate. France next year will host the climate conference that should lead to a global agreement to enable us to put an end to climate change. I know I can count on Africa in this, because Africa also is threatened by pollution, by desertification, by flooding. So together, France, Europe and Africa, we should also prepare a wonderful centenary anniversary together. We know what happened in history. We know what has happened.
Mr. President, I would like to express to you and to your people my sincere sympathies for this terrible incident that we all know about, and which has touched each one of us deeply. And I describe it as a cruel behavior, and we all deplore that behavior. Mr. President, sir, and my dear brothers, there's no doubt that the 25th of February 2014 is a memorable day for the people of Nigeria, because it marks the centenary anniversary of the Federal Republic of this beautiful country. I'm particularly happy to have been invited by my brother, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, to participate in this event. Mr. President, sir, today, which commemorates the centenary of the Federal Republic, is an opportunity for me to share with you, with the people of Nigeria, our common concerns with regards to the security challenges for human beings and the development of a beloved continent. Mr. President, sir, Nigeria, this great country and big brother, and Africa, a neighboring country to Chad, is encountering attacks. Attacks on peaceful citizens of the country on a daily basis. These terrorists, who have no borders, no laws, no faith, should be fought by all the countries of the region, and the whole of Africa and the entire world, and to be fought firmly and sincerely. Chad, my country, Mr. President, has had its own tragic stories. We were occupied by rebels, and we've had internal struggles to face. Until recently, you may all recall that at the beginning of the year 2000, my country was faced with chronic instability that was being supported by terrorists outside the country, as well as other external bodies, by other African countries who often foment and activities that will destabilize other African countries by other African countries. We have faced this challenge through attacks of mercenaries who come from outside the country and who have worked against the peace and stability in our country. We thank God that since 2008, Chad has, the stability and peace has been restored in Chad, and Chad has also started working on its development. I recall some in 2004 there was an increase, and peace and stability was responsible for the development we've been able to record. Human security, Mr. President, sir, as you have said, is not a new concept. It is a goal to be met, but most of all, it is our ambition. Human security is wide, it's deep, and this security requires that we, on our part, make strong commitments, and it also requires us to take actions that will take into consideration anything that might delay or question, bring peace and security to question in Africa. On a daily basis, eruptions, crises occur. After Mali, then is the Central African Republic. And if we really want our continent to continue to record through its efforts and through the contributions of its friends and partners, positive results in its development, Africa needs to control and ensure stability and peace in Africa, without which there can not be any development in Africa. To achieve these objectives, we have to implement some in-depth interventions that will not only resolve all the security challenges, but also improve the living standards of the people, especially the most vulnerable, who include youths and women, as well as the grassroots community who are faced with poverty. Human development and human security as includes food security, energy security, security in potable water, security to health, and security as well to physical security. And I believe when we talk about physical security 20, we'll be discussing this topic in N'Djamena in the next 2 days. If we have not been able to achieve the MDG objectives by 2015, some countries might have achieved it and others not. But that development in Africa is not a positive one. I would therefore like the countries that will be participating at this meeting in N'Djamena can put heads together with Madame, the President of Liberia, our sister Helen Johnson, and I would like all the heads of state to participate at this meeting so that we can discuss on achieving the MDG goals by 2020. Mr. President, once again, I would like to reiterate here before this August Assembly that peace, security are indispensable in ensuring development of Africa, and we must all come on board and seize opportunities to ensure that peace is restored in our continent, in ensuring stability in our continent, to ensure sustainable development for the African man. Thank you, Mr. President, sir.
Please join me in thanking His Excellency, the distinguished President, for his statement. I would like now to invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Gabon, Ali Bogo Odimba, to make his statement. Goodwill message. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président et chers frères, Excellences, Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
Excellencies, heads of states and government,
Excellences, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs,
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen,
je voudrais tout d'abord,
I first of all, on behalf of the Gabonese people, wish to express my sympathy to the people of Nigeria after the terrorist attack they have just suffered. Please allow me, as I begin my remarks, to thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my friend and brother, Goodluck Jonathan, for having extended this invitation to me to attend the centenary of the amalgamation of the north and south of Nigeria. It's a pleasure for me to be amongst you on this historic date. I also wish to specifically recognize His Excellency President Goodluck Jonathan for taking the happy initiative to organize this conference today, thanking him for all the facilities and arrangements that have been made to see success today. We recall the long road that Nigeria has traveled and several African countries traveling towards liberty and independence. Apart from this reminder, this is a time for the sister Republic of Nigeria to lay a new path and to look at new ambitions for the future. President, sir, by inviting us to this pleasant event, you have organized a summit whose topic is peace, human security and development in Africa. For this, I wish to express gratitude to you and to say how happy I am to share with you my thoughts on this important topic for our countries. My country, in fact, identifies with the topic that we are discussing here because human security, peace and development are all interdependent. Looking at the Gabonese experience, my country, in a wish to have human security properly taken care of, has undertaken political, economic and social reforms to see a deep transformation of our society and to consolidate the achievements that are tied to its stability. At the institutional level, we have emphasized strong institutions, promoting good governance, the consolidation of the rule of law, the fight against corruption, and improvement in the business environment. At the political level, we have brought in a participative approach where we see all stakeholders of the nation involved, the civil society, political parties, both the party in power and the opposition, who have a say in the future of Gabon. In the economy, Gabon has a PGE, the emerging Gabonese strategic plan, where we seek to develop all the sectors of our economy so that we create more jobs and we also attract foreign investment. We have sustained growth and better redistribution of wealth. The overall goal that is being sought is to have policy based on peace, security, development and the sharing of wealth, whereby the populations will enjoy a better future while they enjoy a secured present. Through its history, Nigeria has been able to gain a wealth of experience that serves as an inspiration to our continent. And now I need to recognize the brave, hard-working people of Nigeria and their leaders. Presidents, distinguished guests, the issue of human security cannot be set aside from other pressing matters. What can alter the condition of a human being in any country can have consequences on the population living in another country. Therefore, we must work together, we must pool our efforts so that the achievements that we all achieve or arrive at will improve in a sustained fashion the global circumstances in which our continent finds itself. Before I conclude, I want once again to refer to just how relevant the topic of this conference is and to recognize Nigeria's contribution to the development of our continent. Nigeria's contribution to the economic growth of Africa cannot be neglected, and also its involvement in crisis resolution, which unfortunately undermine our continent.
Once again, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the people of Nigeria, the government, and my dear brother, President Goodwill, for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to take this floor. Happy anniversary, Nigeria. God bless Nigeria. God bless Africa. Thank you.
Please join me to thank the bilingual distinguished president of the Republic of Gabon for his statement. It is now my pleasure to also invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Gambia.
Not only on behalf of my government and my humble self, but on behalf of the entire population of the Gambia, for the tragic loss of young, precious lives at the hands of terrorists and extremists. My delegation appreciates the warm hospitality and the excellent facilities put at our disposal for this all-important event. I wish to express our gratitude to the government and people of Nigeria for taking this bold and Pan-Africanist initiative to host a summit on such a critical and long overdue theme at this crucial milestone in the evolution of Nigeria as a geopolitical powerhouse and in our common journey as Africans. About more than half a century since the advent of independence from colonial domination. I commend Nigeria for the leadership role this great country has been playing in our pursuit of peace and security in Africa, especially in the ECOWAS sub-region. I recall that in May 2013, on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the OAU-AU, we set ourselves the goal of ending all wars on the continent by 2020. It was during these celebrations in Addis Ababa that I proposed a decade of peace and reconciliation in Africa, and my government continues to advocate for this position because there cannot be any lasting peace in Africa if we do not reconcile our differences in a peaceful and harmonious manner. I am happy to note that the authority of heads of state and government of the AU have adopted this proposal for a decade of reconciliation. Therefore, it is indeed fitting that Nigeria has chosen such an apt theme as human security, peace and development for this summit. I take particular note of the fact that the sub-theme of security is qualified with the human element, because in a world that seems to be confused in its priorities, with some prioritizing the security and welfare of animals over that of human beings, it is about time that we as Africans set our priorities right. Human security cannot be attained if we do not go back to basics and reconnecting with our cultural and religious values. As Africans, we have a golden treasure trove of cultural values that can sustain and enhance our security as a race, existing harmoniously amongst ourselves and also with others. Therefore, we must reinforce our cultural renaissance by redefining our priorities both in terms of the content of educational curricula and the values we live for as individuals, societies, and nations. I am glad to note that Nigeria happens to be one such country that is proud of her heritage and stands as an example for the whole world. Your Excellencies, it is my ardent belief that negative external forces and influences mainly jeopardize the peace and security of our continent. It still baffles me that rebels on this continent that is associated with abject poverty are armed with the latest, most expensive weaponry when our school-going children cannot get their basic educational tools in spite of lip service from world powers that pretend to care so much for our well-being that they emphasize the right of a tiny minority bent on defying the laws of the Almighty Creator over the welfare of Allah-fearing majority that chooses to live according to their cultural and religious values. As I stated during the last Elysee Summit in Paris, quote, poverty can only be eradicated under a peaceful and secure environment. Therefore, we should all continue to nurture the seeds of peaceful coexistence. Let me hasten to add here the need for a sharper focus on food security as well in an increasingly dynamic and challenging global economic environment. Food security is indispensable to national security. This being the case, regarding regaining Africa's lost glory can only come about when we take full control of our Allah-given natural resources, process and sell them as finished products instead of continuing to export them as raw materials. Your Excellencies, for this to happen, we must embark on industrialization, noting that it was a combination of the looting of Africa's natural resources and industrialization that propelled colonial empires out of abject poverty into affluence. Economic prosperity for the entire African continent can only be achieved if we come together united and speak with one voice, ensuring that our resources are appropriated according to our own terms and not on the dictatorial conditions of outside multinational institutions. In conclusion, I once again salute my brother, President Jonathan, and the great people of Nigeria on the occasion of their centenary celebrations. The government and the people of the Gambia will forever remain a sincere and grateful ally of the Federal Republic of Nigeria Black Africa's powerhouse that has contributed so much for the liberation of the African continent and continues to use her resources to the benefit of less fortunate and less endowed African countries like the Gambia. We shall remain a true, grateful brother and genuine partner of this great country and her people. For all the leadership role Nigeria has played in the liberation of the African continent, from colonialism and apartheid to the maintenance of peace in troubled hotspots on our continent, we pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continues to bless and protect this great nation. Nigeria has contributed immensely towards the maintenance of peace and security and development in Africa, and it has done so paying a high price in terms of both material and human resources. Your Excellency, my dear brother, and my brothers and sisters of Nigeria, Africa and the civilized world will remain grateful to this country as an indispensable giant in the advancement of our African civilization. However, we appeal to all Nigerians to reconcile their differences peacefully and maintain Nigeria as a strong and unified powerhouse of Black Africa. There is no country in the world that is comprised of one region, one religion, and one ethnic group. The beauty of Nigeria, and any country for that matter, lies in her cultural, religious, and regional diversity. Our diversity should be a source of strength, unity, and pride, and not division, weakness, and violence. If religion is anything to go by, we as Muslims and Christians should understand that in the ultimate kingdom of Allah, that is heaven, only the Almighty Allah would decide who enters heaven. Since our ultimate objective as Allah worshipping Muslims and Christians is to be granted eternal bliss in heaven, we must remember that we have no control over who we want to live with in heaven. Therefore, we must accept that in this world, we should tolerate each other, accept our diversity, since it is the same Almighty who created all of us, despite our diversity. For my Muslim brothers, the Almighty Allah has given us a clear guideline as to how we should relate to other religions. And he did not prescribe violence. If you are a good Muslim, I will refer you to Surah Al-Kafirun, where Allah has stated that let the others worship what they believe in, you worship what you believe in. I will not believe in what you believe in. I will not worship what you worship because you will not worship what I worship. Lakum dinukum waliyadin. Any good Muslim should abide by that and desist from violence and criminal behavior in the name of Islam. Your Excellency, the people of the Gambia in particular, and Black Africa in general, look up to all Nigerians to maintain and strengthen the unity, peace, and prosperity of Nigeria as Africa's most populous nation and Black Africa's powerhouse. All Nigerians should understand that a divided Nigeria can only mean catastrophic consequences for the entire Black race. Please, preserve the unity and peace of Nigeria and remember that Nigeria is bigger than any regional, ethnic, or cultural consideration or interest. May the Almighty Allah continue to guide, guard, and bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you for your attention.
Your Excellencies, well, I didn't request for that, but the President of the Gambia got a standing ovation, and I thought it was very well deserved. And the fact that you responded so spontaneously to his very pertinent remarks indicates the profundity and enduring nature of the message that he just gave. So thank you so very much, Your Excellency. May I now, with pleasure, invite Her Excellency, President Joyce Banda of the Republic of Malawi, to give her goodwill message. Madam, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, President of the Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and heads of delegations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to remind my brother, President Jonathan, that his two sisters are here as well. On behalf of the people of Malawi, and indeed on my own behalf, I wish to congratulate Your Excellency President Goodluck Jonathan and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as we join you today to celebrate 100 years of the coming together of this great republic into a single sovereign nation. I bring to Your Excellency and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria greetings from the people of the Republic of Malawi. They have fond memories of Your Excellency's state visit to the warm heart of Africa. It is pleasing to note that we are celebrating this centenary under the theme, Human Security, Peace and Development, Agenda for the 21st Century, Africa. Peace and development are mutually reinforcing and engender the provision of human security. There's a stubborn link between human security, peace, and development. One cannot meaningfully be achieved without the others. Peace and development lay a foundation for people to realize human security. Human security guarantees fairness, equity, and freedom. These ingredients flourish when good governance is entrenched and human rights are respected. Indeed, Africa needs human security, peace, and development in the 21st century. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria has taken the lead in bringing peace and stability through peaceful negotiations in neighboring countries within ECOWAS. Nigeria was one of the key players in conflict resolution efforts in Côte d'Ivoire, the Darfur, and Mali. We encourage Your Excellency and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to continue this rare, invaluable duty to Africa. We all African countries count on you, and you are our beacon of hope. In the absence of peace and stability, development suffers. And it is the women and children who bear the brunt of conflict and violence. It is our sincere desire that the political differences and violent conflict besetting some parts of Nigerian society will be resolved amicably for the common good of the people of Nigeria and the whole continent. As a mother and a grandmother, I received the news of our innocent children in Nigeria burned while they peacefully slept with shock. I mourn with the families for their loss, and Malawi sends its condolences to the people of Nigeria. The governments of Malawi and Nigeria share common aspirations on the continental and global stage. We both believe in a strong, purposeful African Union that is able to bring about peace, stability, and development across the continent, devoid of unnecessary wasteful conflict, which diverts the much-needed limited resources from issues of development. It is this reason that my country has committed itself to peacekeeping missions on the continent. The people of the Republic of Malawi cherish the cordial relations that exist between our two nations, including the signing of various cooperation agreements in the sectors of agriculture, health, and education. We came to Nigeria to wish you well and to wish you God's blessings for the future. Reading your pledge this morning, now I understand why Nigerians are proud of their tradition and culture, including their national dress. You make all of us proud that we are African. In closing, once again, on behalf of the people of the Republic of Malawi, I wish Your Excellency President Goodluck Jonathan and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria God's guidance, blessings, and unity and peace for the future. God bless Africa. God bless Nigeria. I thank you.
We want to thank Her Excellency, President Joyce Banda, for her very profound statement. It is now my pleasure to invite His Excellency, Ibrahim Boubacar Keita of the Republic of Mali, to give his goodwill message. The floor is yours, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dr. Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, dear brother, Monsieur le Président de la République française, hôte d'honneur de cette conférence,
who is the guest
et ami
of honor in this
respectueux de
conference,
l'Afrique,
and a great friend of Africa, President François Hollande. Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, women and ladies, heads of state and government, honorable ministers,
messieurs les anciens chefs d'État, tant au niveau de nos États pris individuellement qu'au niveau des organisations sous-régionales, régionales et des Nations Unies. Chers amis, croyez-le bien, je viens d'un pays qui, pour avoir payé un très lourd tribut, c'est désormais le prix de la paix et de la sécurité. Pourquoi, au nom de mon pays, le Mali, je voudrais souhaiter à ce pays frère et ami
this dear country, the sister country, Nigeria, the best.
La stabilité et la victoire totale contre le terrorisme insensé auquel votre vaillant peuple
terrorism and terrorist attacks that your people are facing.
This is the occasion to express the solidarity of the Malian people to the Nigerian people in the fight against terrorism that Mali is also facing. I would like to pay tribute to all the recent victims of the Boko Haram action. La mise en œuvre, chers amis, la solidarité internationale, plutôt, le président Hollande en a fait mention, la solidarité africaine, notamment exprimée à travers la CEDEAO et notre Union africaine, ont permis à mon pays de revenir sur la scène africaine. Pourquoi je suis ici aujourd'hui, par devant vous. Chers amis, la mise en œuvre des conclusions et recommandations auxquelles nous parviendrons à l'issue de cette conférence permettront certainement de trouver une solution aux nombreux défis en matière de paix, de sécurité et de développement. Le Nigeria, qui vient d'entamer son mandat en tant que membre non permanent du Conseil de sécurité, aura certainement l'occasion de faire avancer ce thème au niveau de l'agenda des Nations Unies. Je saisis cette occasion pour présenter mes sincères remerciements à vous-même, Monsieur le Président, ainsi qu'au peuple et au gouvernement du Nigeria pour votre appui constant et votre contribution importante au Mali dans la gestion de la crise politique et sécuritaire. To conclude, let me make the dream that next Brazil 2014 will be successful for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. One of our true African prides. That will be certainly a very, very good conclusion of this year of commemoration. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
We want to thank the distinguished President of Mali for his statement. And thank you also for predicting Nigeria Super Eagles' victory in Brazil. I would like now to request that you join me to welcome and to invite to the podium His Excellency President Hifikepunye Pohamba, the President of the Republic of Namibia, to now take the floor. You have the floor, sir. Mohamed Ould Abdel Aziz, the Republic of Mauritania. Thank you.
Merci. شكرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على أشرف المرسلين. صاحب الفخامة السيد جودلوك أبلاي جوناثان رئيس جمهورية نيجيريا الفيدرالية. أصحاب الفخامة رؤساء الدول والحكومات. السيد رئيس مجلس الشيوخ. السيد رئيس الجمعية الوطنية. السادة والسيدات رؤساء المنظمات الدولية. السادة والسيدات رؤساء البعثات الدبلوماسية. السادة والسيدات. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أتقدم باسم الشعب الموريتاني وحكومته بتعازينا القلبية إلى شعبي وحكومتي condolences to the government and people of our brother state Nigeria after the gruesome and coward terrorist attacks that Nigeria has been victim to lately. Ladies, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen,
بهذه المناسبة العظيمة أن أتوجه باسمي وباسم الشعب الموريتاني وحكومته إلى أخي صاحب الفخامة السيد Goodluck أبلي جوناثان ومن خلاله إلى شعبي وحكومة نيجيريا بأحر التهاني وأصدق الأمنيات بمناسبة الذكرى المئوية لقيام الفيدرالية.
Of the 100th century of the creation of the Federal of Nigeria. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the celebration today of this today of 100 years of the creation of the federal country of Nigeria shows the importance of the choice of this day and this ceremony and the choice of the theme, and particularly the fact that we chose to choose this conference under the title of Human Security, Peace, Security and Development, the Agenda of Africa 21st Century. Our African continent is facing many challenges, many peace, security challenges that is shown through the terrorism phenomenon and the conflicts and trans-border crime. And in this field, we declare our and to the people of Nigeria and its government on the warm welcome and gracious hosting that we benefited from since we came to the beautiful city of Abuja. Thank you, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
We want to thank very warmly His Excellency President Mohamed Ould Abdel Aziz, President of the Republic of Mauritania, for his eloquent statement. He is currently the chair of the Assembly of Heads of States of the African Union. So we are very privileged to have you here, sir. Thank you for coming. And may I now invite His Excellency the President of the Republic of Namibia. You have the floor, sir.
Your Excellency and dear brother, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Mr. Sambo, ladies and gentlemen, my delegation and I are deeply honored to be part of this historic milestone, making the centenary of the amalgamation of this great country, Nigeria. On behalf of the government and people of Namibia, I wish to express our fraternal congratulations to the government and to the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Today, we join hands with our Nigerian brothers and sisters. We look back at a proud history of shared experience and solidarity that have defined the relations between our two countries and peoples. As a member of the Organization of African Unity, the predecessor of the African Union, Nigeria stood as a strong pillar for anti-colonial resistance and solidarity. Your great nation remained steadfast in supporting African national liberation movements, including Namibia's struggle for freedom and independence. As a demonstration of unwavering solidarity, Nigeria took a principled decision to become a member of the frontline states. We further recall that in order to mobilize more resources with the aim of supporting national liberation movements, the Southern African Relief Fund was established in Nigeria. All Nigerians, including students, were encouraged to contribute to this fund in the spirit of true Pan-African and solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria's leadership role on the continent was demonstrated long before the independence of many African states at the United Nations and other multilateral fora. And so we look forward to Nigeria's continued role at the AU Peace and Security Council, as well as contribution to Africa achieving her goals and as articulated in Africa Agenda, in keeping with the theme of the centenary celebration. We salute the tenacity, solidarity, and commitment to peace as demonstrated by involvement of Nigeria in the peacekeeping operations over the years. We believe that Nigeria will continue to tackle and overcome all challenges that she may face in different spheres. We support the efforts of the government in putting an end to the insurgents that has continued to cause loss of life and bloodshed in some parts of this country. At this juncture, Mr. President, we condemn the killing of the students in Yobe State that had happened recently. Long live the bonds of friendship between the Republic of Namibia and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Long live African solidarity. I thank you.
Please join me in thanking His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, for his very interesting statement. I will now invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Senegal, President Macky Sall, to give his goodwill message. You have the floor, sir.
Excellences, Monsieur Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Président de la République fédérale du Nigeria,
the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and my beloved brother, the President of the French Republic, distinguished guests to the summit, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking President Goodluck Jonathan for his kind invitation and the warm welcome that's been extended to us. Senegal congratulates Nigeria for this historic event, commemorating the amalgamation of the North and Southern protectorates. On behalf of my fellow citizens, I would like to extend to the people of Nigeria, our brothers and friends, my congratulations and my best wishes for peace and success in their effort to build the nation and the economy of this great nation. I outrightly condemn the terrorism action that has marred this joyous moment. But the resilience of the people of Nigeria and the firm stance of its leaders will overcome terrorism. Here in Abuja, which is the headquarters of ECOWAS, we will pool our efforts towards a march to deepen integration. Senegal commends Nigeria's leadership in interventions to ensure peace and security in a sub-region as well as in the continent as a whole towards building a common destiny. In reflecting on human security, peace, and stability for the 21st century, you have highlighted a universal challenge that affects the human condition. These challenges are particularly ambivalent in this period of the history of man, where men desire a greater living standard and yet are facing serious threats that have never been seen before. It is the absence of war today does not necessarily mean that peace, security, and peace is prevailing. We're facing international terrorism and crimes of all sorts all over the world today. Side by side with extreme poverty and all types of diseases. And this situation shows clearly that our responsibilities do not stop at our borders. And that is why I would like to urge you all to work alongside President Jonathan across borders. In Africa, we see that the peace and security is a scarce commodity, and we need to put in place the basics to protect our people. And this is why we need to work together to build up the capacities of member states to enable them to respond promptly to the crisis we experience in our continent. Senegal is calling for a more inclusive strategy and in a more sustainable approach to ensure stability in this sub-region. Reacting to crisis is fine, but preventing it by supporting peace through democracy and development is better still. Support peace through democracy and development is to ensure sustainable responses to the challenges of education, training and employment of youth and women in particular. For we cannot forget that it's usually as a result of ignorance, because of lack of education, that failure and social exclusion takes shape, and extremism generates violence, and at the end of the day, peace is compromised in all our countries. We cannot have human security without peace, not to talk of development. I thank you for your attention.
We all thank the distinguished President of the Republic of Senegal for his very powerful statement. I will now invite His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Arab Sahrawi, Democratic Republic of Arab Sahrawi, to come forward, please, and make his statement. And before that, I would actually want to pay special tribute to him. Today marks the independent anniversary of the Republic. But because of his love for our country, Nigeria, and because of his recognition of the importance of this conference, the commemoration of the National Day of the Republic was done yesterday to enable him to be here. Nigeria is truly grateful to you, sir. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. فخامة الرئيس Goodluck Ibili Jonathan,
Goodluck,
رئيس جمهورية نيجيريا الفيدرالية. فخامة الرئيس محمد ولد عبد العزيز,
Your Excellency Mohammed Ould Abdel Aziz, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, President of the African Union,
أصحاب الفخامة رؤساء الدول والحكومات والوفود,
Excellencies, heads of state and presidents of the participating delegations, Your Excellency Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, representatives of international organizations, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like, on behalf of the people and the government of the Sahrawi Republic, to convey our heartfelt congratulations for the brotherly people of Nigeria on the centenary of its amalgamation, and to congratulate His Excellency President Goodluck on his visionary decision to choose the issue of human security, peace and development, the African agenda for the 21st century, to celebrate this remarkable event. The organization of this conference is the most eloquent testament of Nigeria's will to pursue and consolidate its historical contribution in Africa and worldwide in this respect. The role of Nigeria was instrumental in the liberation of Africa from colonialism and apartheid, and also critical in the peace. Still regrettable today that at the moment when we speak about peace in Africa, a part of Africa, a part of the territory of the Sahrawi Republic is still under foreign occupation. We seize this August gathering of peace, aiming at drawing an Africa roadmap for peace and development in the 21st century, to make a pressing call on African leaders and international community as a whole to redouble efforts to end the occupation and liberate Africa from its last case of colonialism through supporting firmly the peaceful process conducted by the Special Envoy of the UN General Secretary, Ambassador Christopher Ross, to settle the conflict in Western Sahara between Morocco and the Sahrawi Republic on the basis of the Charter and the resolutions of the United Nations and the African Union, and very especially the respect of the boundaries inherited from the colonial era. Once again, I salute this important initiative that was conveyed by our brother, His Excellency President Jonathan Goodluck, and thank him and all Nigerian people for the warm and generous hospitality that we have been enjoying during our stay. Wishing all success for this conference. And before I conclude, allow me, Your Excellency, to convey our most sincere condolences for the loss of many innocent lives among the students in New Bay State recently. Long live Africa free from colonialism and racism. Long live Africa free from terrorism. Long live Africa free from extremism and hatred. Long live Nigeria and Africa united under its agenda for peace and security in the 21st century. Long live Nigeria, a leading country in Africa to consolidate peace and prosperity. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency, for your statement and for your sacrifice. Please join me to welcome the President of the Republic of Niger, our immediate neighbor, to step forward and make his goodwill message. You have the floor, sir.
Monsieur le Président de la République fédérale du Nigeria, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
heads of states and government,
Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi d'entrée de jeu
please allow me first of all
de souhaiter au peuple du Nigeria
wish the people of Nigeria
un joyeux centenaire
a happy centenary on behalf of the people of Niger. Allow me also to congratulate President Jonathan for this on the occasion of this happy event. President, sir, dear brother, the historic ties that unite our two peoples are well known. Ousmane Danfodio, for example, one of the major historical figures of your country, was born in Niger. His teacher, Malam Jibril, has his tomb in Niger. Niger and Nigeria share about 1,500 kilometers of borders. On both sides of the border, one finds peoples who share the same language, the same culture, the same traditions, the same solidarity, and the same joy, the same pains as well. The recent massacre perpetrated by Boko Haram does greatly affect the people of Niger, who have told me to convey to you and to the peoples of Nigeria their sincere condolences. President, sir, multi-circular solidarity which exists amongst our peoples has led to a demonstration of strong solidarity amongst our two countries, which has demonstrated itself during the Biafra Civil War, during which Nigeria stood resolutely by the side of Niger, President, sir, your country, through its demographic size, its economic importance, plays a significant role in Africa, in the world, and in our sub-region. Nigeria represents 170 million inhabitants. Nigeria is also 63% of the GDP of ECOWAS. This weight means that it plays a forerunner role in the integration process of the sub-region. It is for this reason that we wish to have a united Nigeria that is stable, strong, and demonstrates solidarity. President, it is our duty to join hands. If we do not do this, we are running the risk of disappearing. I want to paraphrase President Kwame Nkrumah, who said that integration will be one of the ways we can meet the aspirations of our peoples to achieve economic and social development. This development is, of course, closely tied to the promotion of democracy and security. Democracy, defense, development, these are the 3 Ds on the basis of which we must establish all our actions. Happily, today the link between development and security is quite clear. In the recent past, some felt that investing in security was throwing money out of the window. That is no longer the case. In Niger, we are implementing a development and security strategy which will allow us to make our contribution to common security and to our common development. We are committed to fight terrorism, unwavering in our commitment, and we have demonstrated this in our participation in the fight against this scourge in Mali. We have demonstrated it in our common fight against terrorism that has undermined all development in Nigeria. Please allow me to point out that if the short-term response to terrorism is military, it is only economic and social development that will allow us to put it to an end once and for all. If we win the battle, this battle for economic and social development, we shall win the battle against terrorism, whose main ally is poverty. President, sir, as I wish you and your people a happy centenary, please allow me to thank you for the hospitality extended to my delegation and to myself. Thank you.
There is every reason for some of us here to celebrate the greatness of Nigeria. The theme of the discussion today, human security, peace and development agenda for the 21st century, is apt. I say so because in the greatness of Nigeria, when we were in dear need of peace,
security, and development, Nigeria was there with us. When we were in dire need for peace, the Nigerians laid their lives, blood and sweat for our people. It is only a great nation that can do that. So we want to use this platform to thank Nigeria for your greatness, to thank you for the support that you have provided in ensuring peace and security in our country, within the sub-region, and in other locations in Africa. We are also here to express some concerns. And in expressing the concerns, let me start by expressing our condolences for the recent massacre of Yobe. A deed that is regrettable. But what is that telling us? It is telling us that Nigeria, yes, you have come a long way. Nigeria, yes, you are great. But Nigeria, you also have a responsibility to ensure that you remain in the forefront of the development, not only within the sub-region, but also in the entire Africa. Somebody have said that Nigeria is a powerhouse for development in Africa. But to put it in perspective, the responsibility Nigeria carries is that for every 2 West Africans, 1 is a Nigerian. Every 2 West Africans, 1 is a Nigerian. Every 4 Africans, 1 is a Nigerian. That bestows a lot of responsibility on Nigeria. It simply tells us that when Nigeria sneezes, all of us will catch cold. That is a great responsibility. Nigeria's greatest strength is in its diversity. We must continue to use that strength to foster the development in Africa. Africa is the next destination. Africa is the next century for development. But because of the size and numbers of Nigeria, you have a great responsibility to play. Those of us that are out there watching the developments, we want to appeal to Nigeria that nobody in Nigeria is bigger than Nigeria. But also Nigerians should know that Nigeria is bigger than Nigeria. Nigeria has a greater role to play, a bigger role to play in the development of Africa than just focusing on Nigeria. So I believe that if there has to be peace, if there has to be development in Africa, Nigeria has a great responsibility. Nigeria, rise up to the occasion. Nigeria, you are the big brothers. You have continued to play that role. We do expect you the forefront.
Your Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of states and governments, distinguished representatives of heads of state and governments, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to join you in this glorious milestone and convey warm blessings and greetings from your brothers and friends, their Excellencies President Uhuru Kenyatta of Kenya, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of Uganda, President Paul Kagame of the Republic of Rwanda, and from the people of the East African community. Your Excellencies, a century ago, a providential union was born which gave rise to one of Africa's most illustrious nations. Over 10 decades, through innumerable challenges and relentless struggles, Nigeria has been a consistent continental trailblazer and beacon. Your indefatigable pioneering people have exemplified the African spirit at its most formidable and continue to inspire unique and monumental achievements every passing day. Nigeria is a big country and a big nation. It is also a land blessed with abundance of talent as well as natural treasure. Nigeria is the place where proud people dream big dreams and where limitless opportunity meets infinite industry. Over a century of triumph and tribulation, Nigeria has never failed to inspire Africa. Truly, Nigeria is the beautiful home of astounding prodigies. All of us who look to Nigeria for lessons and inspiration never cease to thank God for this wonderful gift to Africa. For this reason, we East Africans join the wonderful people of this great country in celebrating the beginning of a national political socio-economic phenomenon which changes the way Africa sees itself and the way the world sees Africa. The union forged in 1914 between northern and southern protectorates marks the genesis of this unique historical event. After 100 years of holding it together, through thick and thin, we join the rest of Africa and indeed the world in congratulating all the people of this great country with the warm words of hongera and best wishes for centuries to come. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria is a giant democracy. Government is a monumental trust bestowed through free choice. Those charged with discharging this trust find themselves in sensitive and unique positions of great responsibility. In a democracy of Nigeria's magnitude, this sacred trust is vast and ever more intense. As you prepare to submit to the exercise of the popular democratic mandate, I am confident that your elections in 2015 will live up to the huge expectations of the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Africa, and the world. All the people of Kenya and East Africa community, especially Presidents Kenyatta, President Museveni, and President Kagame and I, have learned that when true democracy prevails, everybody wins. Your Excellencies, every challenge to nationhood acquires monumental proportions in the context of a country of Nigeria's magnitude. We are aware that there are insurgent and terrorist groups who have done their utmost to wreak havoc and death and destruction upon your society. We sympathize with you as a country which frequently confronts similar evil and vicious elements. We encourage you to maintain a steely resolve to defeat these hideous and cowardly criminals. Terrorism is a global phenomenon requiring dedicated multinational efforts to eradicate. Similarly, insecurity inflicts disastrous damage to lives, communities, economies, and infrastructure. Responses to insecurity, therefore, have to incorporate its full context for it to be successful. It is important that the people of Nigeria, as well as its neighbors, unite to secure their region and this beautiful and promising land. Such efforts must be complemented with the initiatives to protect the vulnerable, increase women's participation in decision-making and conflict resolution, and eliminate ethnic, religious, or other bases of exclusion, while instituting robust socio-economic interventions aimed at reducing mass vulnerability and empowering the masses within our society. Your Excellencies, climate change is a reality whose pernicious effects can no longer be ignored. It is the single most influential factor affecting security. The year of the Nigerian centenary also happens to be the year when a number of prominent fora will be available for tackling this security-related challenge. In April 2014, Africa and the European Union will discuss climate change and interdependencies. In September, the United Nations Environmental Programme will hold the Climate Change Summit in Nairobi. Most critically, Nigeria's membership of United Nations Security Council will provide an excellent opportunity for us through AU to escalate effective deliberations regarding climate change. During Nigeria's presidency of the UN Security Council, we shall have a chance to take such discussions into a dedicated open session. We have utmost confidence that our strong brother Nigeria will shoulder this mandate with ease and do Africa proud. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, following your agreement, Mr. President, in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, with His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, the chairman of the East African Community, he has told me that he will honor your gracious invitation to participate in the World Economic Forum on Africa that will be held later this year in Nigeria. As there are numerous outstanding matters of consideration, the visit of May 2014, as well as reciprocate state visits, will provide needful opportunity. We in East Africa admire Nigeria and its beautiful, vibrant, resilient, and innovative people. We salute each of your achievements over the past 100 years. You are a continental influence in sports, art and culture, scholarship, trade, industry, and other multinational enterprise. We know your footballers, actors, writers, intellectuals, business, and industrial titans, as we know our own. John Obi Mikel, Nwanuo Kanu, Wole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe, Chimamanda Adichie, Aliko Dangote are Kenyan household names and East African household names. Nigerian pioneers are without a doubt continental pioneers. Millions of Africans look up to you. What you have done, everything you have achieved, was possible only because of your union, and we must equally resist those who have a hangover of Africa that was defined by disease, bad governance, and corruption. We must resist those who believe in this 21st century, Africa can be lectured on its priorities, on what laws they should pass or what laws they should not pass. We must develop the new narrative for our continent and live up to it. That this is a continent that has its priorities right. This is a continent with the youngest energetic population. This is a continent that has the fastest growing economies of this world. This is the continent of the 21st century. Your Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Azikiwe Ebele Jonathan, as you lead your great nation on the path of transformation, growth, and prosperity for another 100 years, East Africans wish you and the great people of Nigeria a joyous, peaceful, well-earned centenary celebrations. God bless you, God bless Nigeria, and God bless Africa.
Did I see a standing ovation? Wow. Thank you so much, Kenya, for speaking on behalf of 4 countries to make such an affirmative African narrative. At this juncture, I want to say that we've kept heads of states here for almost 5 hours. In diplomatic parlance, that's very close to something that is never done. But we understand it, and we applaud the heads of states who have made so much sacrifice. It is a bold statement that you have made by your patience, your endurance, your empathy, and your understanding. We thank you. May I now invite the representative of the President of the United States to please give his goodwill remark.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, heads of states and government, to all authorities and citizens present, it is an enormous honor to be here today and to celebrate the Nigerian centenary. On behalf of President Obama, on behalf of Secretary Kerry, on behalf of the American people, we congratulate you, sir, Mr. President. We congratulate the Nigerian people, and we congratulate Africa for this historic event. As we look out on this crowd, I have to say I cannot compete with the eloquence that we have heard today. It is evident, sir, that Nigeria enjoys the respect, the admiration, the friendship, and the hope of an entire continent. I congratulate you. As I do so, let me also join all the other speakers in expressing our condolences, the condolences of the United States of America, for the terrible events that have happened and the suffering that has been imposed upon Nigerian families through terrorism. We reject that, sir. We stand with you. We stand with the Nigerian people in an effort to ensure that your agenda of human security, peace, and development remains Nigeria's agenda for the next 100 years. In the process of doing so, I would like to point out, however, that this agenda is not just Africa's. It is the entire globe's agenda in this 21st century, because our challenge, the challenge that faces all of us today, is to ensure that our diplomacy becomes relevant to all of our citizens, and that can only happen within a peaceful environment, an environment committed to development, and an environment committed to the full development of our human potential and resources, what you, sir, call human security. And it's our belief, the belief of President Obama, the beliefs of Secretary Kerry, that the friendship that exists between Nigeria and the United States, the respect and admiration that exists between the people of the United States and Nigeria, can form a solid basis in building a bilateral partnership designed to promote your 21st century agenda, an agenda that will extend to the rest of Africa and to the rest of the globe. So let me salute you, sir, salute the people of Nigeria, and congratulate you for your first 100 years and express our tremendous hope for the next 100 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that statement. We want to hear one of our own now, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, who has come all the way from Addis Ababa to speak for the African Union for us. Madam Chairperson, you are invited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Sir Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellencies, Heads of Delegations. On behalf of the African Union Commission, I wish to congratulate the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the government, and the people on the occasion of the celebration of the centenary of Nigeria's 1914 amalgamation. The amalgamation in Nigeria happened at the instigation of the then colonial power of the time, but the Pan-Africanism teaches us that at that point, when the transatlantic slave trade and colonialism so brutally arrested Africa's development, African kingdoms from the north, south, east, west were already expanding and consolidating into larger territories and sovereignties because it made political and economic sense. The vision of Pan-Africanism and its call for Africa to unite or perish was therefore forward-looking and aimed at an Africa that must overcome the legacies of the past and take its rightful place in the world. Despite some misgivings on the purpose and origins of the amalgamation a century ago, we do today believe that a united Nigeria is even more compelling 50 years after its own independence. Its size and the investment it made in its people since independence has resulted in Nigeria being an economic powerhouse of the continent and a key driving force behind Africa turning the corner over the last decade. The rich diversities of its peoples, languages, religions, and cultures, the confidence in their identity, have not only given us the likes of Chinua Achebe, Buchi Amecheta, Holi Siyanke, Flora Nwapa, Ben Okri, Femi Osafisan, Cyprien Ekwenzi, the younger generation of Chimamanda Ngozi, Adichie, and Chika Uningwe, and many, many others. Nigeria made its mark in the evolution of Africa and world music and fashion, and has given us Nollywood, the third largest film industry in the world. It therefore remains a very important voice in telling the African story. It is thus our contention that a united Nigeria is an important centerpiece for meeting the objectives of a united, integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa before 2063. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed befitting that the international conference is convened under the theme Human Security, Peace and Development, Agenda for 21st Century. For the 21st century, we celebrate this centenary. We celebrate the commitment, the sacrifices, and indeed, the immense contribution made by Nigeria in the liberation of the continent from colonialism and apartheid rule. Even though it is not geographically closely, to bring lasting peace where we still have conflicts, as well as address the key drivers of our development and shared prosperity. These drivers and Pan-African priorities include, first and foremost, greater investments in our people, in their health, education, shelter, nutrition, and access to basic services. It includes scaled-up investment in technical, vocational, and higher education, in science, technology, and innovation, so that we harness and build the skills necessary to drive Africa's transformation. Nigeria's investment in education, its people's commitment and thirst for education is legendary across the continent and a key driver of its entrepreneurial and innovative culture. Whilst we agree that Africa has turned the corner and is emerging as a new global growth pole, our emerging Pan-African goals and milestones within the context of Agenda 2063 and in the areas of infrastructure, mineral beneficiation, industrialization, inter-African trade, the blue and green economies, and in agriculture, are a necessary condition to eradicate poverty, war, conflict, and disease, and to build an Africa that is integrated, prosperous, people-centered, and at peace with itself. Nigeria is amongst the fast-growing countries on the continent. Its companies increasingly have a continental footprint. And along with Kenya and South Africa, it is amongst the top investors in the African continent. These advances can and must be increased tenfold through irrigation,
and security in health. In the absence of these fundamental forms of human security, peace and development cannot be guaranteed. The agenda for the 21st century must therefore guarantee basic freedoms and dignity of our people. Economically, the ECOWAS sub-region has registered some of the fastest global growth rates during the last few years. Governments are implementing social programs that offer health insurance, poverty alleviation, and support for the vulnerable in our societies. Excellencies, as close neighbors, Ghana and Nigeria have more or less followed similar growth paths. Though you are better placed to tell the Nigerian story, we observe that the transformational agenda being pursued by President Jonathan is bringing about positive changes in many spheres of life in Nigeria. Like Nigeria, Ghana has over the last 5 years been implementing our equivalent of the transformational agenda. Our agenda has 4 pillars: putting people first, building a strong economy, expanding our infrastructure, and providing transparent and accountable governance. Resulting from this, we have experienced rapid development, improving GDP growth rates that have contributed to reducing significantly the levels of poverty. However, recent global developments strengthen our belief that the agenda for this century must be centered on regional integration. We are therefore committing to ECOWAS in a way that enables the region to make the greatest developmental progress. Our rivalry, or maybe I should say our intense competitiveness in football, brings out the best between the two countries. We perform best when we are great rivals. Therefore, I will not comment on our expectations when we meet in the finals of the World Cup. But as you know, every time the small neighbor to the west meets the big neighbor to the east, the result is to the west. Let me therefore congratulate the people of this great country on your centenary anniversary. I thank you.
Thank you so very much, the Vice President of Ghana, for those very heartwarming statements from you. We appreciate your friendship, we appreciate your good neighborliness, and we appreciate your, it's not rivalry, it's healthy competition in soccer. Thank you so very much. May I now respectfully invite His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of South Africa, to make his goodwill statement. Thank you, sir.
Program Director, Your Excellency President Goodluck Jonathan, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the people of the Republic of South Africa, I wish to join the millions of Africans on our continent and abroad, as well as all freedom-loving humanity, in congratulating the people of Nigeria on celebrating the 100th anniversary of the amalgamation of Nigeria. Mr. President, before going any further, let me express our heartfelt condolences to you personally and through you to the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria following the tragic and needless shooting of innocent students recently. No just cause can be advanced by wanton killings of human beings. Therefore, this callously horrendous act should be condemned in the strongest possible terms by all sane humanity. Your Excellency, like Nigeria and the rest of our continent, our country, South Africa, has been shaped by colonial experience. Colonialism in South Africa evolved into apartheid, a crime against humanity. Yet, throughout the years of struggle, we were sustained by the inspiring example of free African nations, not least among them Nigeria and her people. In the past 100 years, Nigeria has walked the distance towards creating conditions for peace, reconciliation, national unity, and stability. Overall, reaching this milestone demonstrates that Africa, despite and regardless of its accumulated disabilities, remains set on irreversible course to claim the 21st century as the African century. Yet, Mr. President, as we celebrate this historic achievement, we do so conscious that much still needs to be done to emancipate Africa's people from poverty, inequality, unemployment, and the burden of diseases. The absence of peace, security, and stability handicaps the development and growth of Africa, hindering our efforts to push back the frontiers of underdevelopment. But as you are aware, much is beginning to change. Our narrative is no longer that of a rudderless, wrecked, and wretched continent, but that of a continent emerging from stormy waters to anchor itself in newfound unity under the African Union and the new economic partnership for Africa's development. The theme of this conference seeks to answer the plea of young people across the continent whose resonance of feeling is well captured in a poem by a young Mozambican, Rafael, which reads in part as follows, and I quote, "We want today to be men of tomorrow. We do not want tomorrow to be where we are," close quote. In conclusion, Mr. President, let me say that today, as I stand here, I'm confident that South Africa, Africa as a whole, and the world await this great giant of Africa to build on its successes and to stride into the next century. And this alone, I want to say to the people of Nigeria, And I want to say it with all the conviction of its truth. Like super eagles, you will fly. Africa will rise, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellency, the distinguished Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, for your very profound statement. We took note particularly of your tribute to the Super Eagles, and we will not disappoint you in Brazil. Thank you. May I now respectfully invite the distinguished President of Prime Minister of Swaziland to please give us his goodwill message. Thank you, sir.
Program Director, Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Honorable Heads of Delegations, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I register the apologies of His Majesty King Mswati III for being unable to attend this auspicious conference due to other duties of state. He appreciates the kind invitation by the President of Nigeria. Excellencies, on behalf of His Majesty and Her Majesty the Queen Mother of the Kingdom of Swaziland, my delegation thanks the President, the government, and people of Nigeria for the very warm reception and hospitality accorded to us. Swaziland is in solidarity with the people of Nigeria during the sad loss of innocent lives as a result of terrorist action. These events underline the importance of the theme of this conference, human security, peace and development, Agenda for 21st Century Africa. Swaziland congratulates Nigeria as you celebrate 100 years of coexistence of diverse people and the amalgamation of the country. Nigeria gives hope to other nations that a country can have a vision of unity and development. This vision has been implemented as we see a united Nigeria developing and progressing from all fronts. We thank Nigeria for opening doors to Swazi students at Nigerian universities and colleges that just increased our human capital development, especially during the time when we attained our own independence. Swaziland appreciates Nigeria's friendship in the spirit of technical assistance at the period of our regaining of our independence. Nigeria participates in the economic development of Swaziland as an investor, and indeed in many developing African countries. We indeed have very good reason to sincerely thank Nigeria for being a true friend and partner in our development. Swaziland urges all countries to share the Nigerian vision of human security, peace, peace and development. It is indeed a necessary agenda for 21st century Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Prime Minister of Swaziland, for your statement. May I now invite the Prime Minister of Cote d'Ivoire to please give his goodwill message. Thank you, sir.
President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished personalities, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, Mr. President Goodluck Jonathan, for me, it is a great honor and pleasure to represent the President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, His Excellency, Mr. Alassane Ouattara, at the commemoration of your centenary of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. First of all, permit me to convey to this august assembly the importance with which the head of state of Cote d'Ivoire, the President Alassane Ouattara, as the current chairman of ECOWAS, which he calls to this day, which celebrates the unity and cohesion within a country which is both a brother and a friend, and that is the Federal Republic of Nigeria. For reasons beyond his control, he was unable to attend this ceremony. He asked me to convey to his friend and brother, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, to the people of Nigeria, his sincere apologies for his unavoidable absence. We stand by the great people of Nigeria to celebrate 100 years after the amalgamation. Your people, through years and decades, have learned to live together in both times of joy and times of triumph. And this is because of your common ambition to reach hard various paths with each other for the years, the glorious years of the Nigerian nation. What your country has experienced, indeed, has not always been rosy. But you have earned our admiration because you've always succeeded in rising above the obstacles that have always been placed before you, and you have always succeeded in turning the difficult pages in the history of your people, seeking more cohesion, more solidarity and development. Therefore, on behalf of President Alassane Ouattara,
to strengthen his capacity for sustainable development for the well-being of his people. Nigeria has traditionally shown openness and solidarity, especially in crisis prevention and in mediation. Well, I will not comment on the outcome of
development. As part of the activities to commemorate the centenary celebration of Nigeria, on behalf of the people of Equatorial Guinea, I would like to wish the government and people of Nigeria, as well as the victims of the families of the victims, my sincere sympathies for the loss of the children that were attacked by terrorists. Mr. President, sir, my dear friends, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to His Excellencies, Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for inviting me to participate at this summit. But the agenda has not enabled me to participate more at the conference, but let me reassure you that I am with you, and I would therefore like to wish you successful deliberations while congratulating the people of Nigeria for the commemoration of the centenary. Equatorial Guinea has noted the development, socio-cultural development in the Federal Republic of Nigeria in a true African spirit. We have noted all your achievements in promoting the development of the African continent and the struggle against colonization by fighting against apartheid and your efforts towards resolving the conflict in the continent. Mr. President, sir, my dear brothers, the theme, security, peace and development, which is the theme of this conference, is very current and very relevant worldwide. This is a topic that our continent needs to pay special attention to, because on a daily basis we see the abuse of children, of women, mothers of family, relatives, and we note the death of people who are very close to us. And we see that all this negatively affects peace. Therefore, all Africans should seek an appropriate remedy to this problem. We therefore need to organize fora like this more, since they affect many countries in the world. This kind of conferences would enable us to exchange our points of view and give us the opportunity to discuss these problems that affect us frankly and attempt to find solutions to them.
Which is part of the 2025 vision. We welcome the involvement of partners in our program to build schools, health centers, infrastructure, community infrastructure, and we invite our partners to stand by our side as we seek to complete these programs, because we still face significant challenges. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I also wish to inform this august body of a recent natural catastrophe. There was torrential rain that led to loss of lives and caused significant material losses in several areas of the north of the capital, Bujumbura, where more than almost 5,000 homes have been destroyed. I call on African solidarity. I call on African organizations and international organizations, indeed the whole world, for there to be rapid intervention for the reconstruction of these neighborhoods. I once again wish to express my sincere gratitude and congratulations to the government and people of Nigeria on the occasion of their centenary celebrations, when the North and South protectorates were amalgamated. And on this note, I conclude my comments. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May God bless you. Thank you.
We thank the distinguished First Vice President of the Republic of Burundi, His Excellency Prosper Bazombaza, for his statement. May I now invite His Excellency, the Minister of External Relations of the Republic of Angola, Mr. George Robelo Chikoti, to make his statement.
Senhor Presidente Ebele Goodluck Jonathan,
President Ebele Goodluck Jonathan, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, Presidents and Heads of State and Government, Your Excellencies, Heads of Delegations, representatives of international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, I wish first of all to express gratitude for the facilities and hospitality extended to us, accommodation provided to us by the Nigerian authorities. Please allow me, Your Excellencies, on behalf of His Excellency, President José Eduardo dos Santos, President of the Republic of Angola, to convey to you the greetings of the Angolan people and to express the solidarity of the Angolan people with its brother people of Nigeria at this occasion, on this occasion of the 100th anniversary of the Constitution of the Union. President Jonathan, at this time in your history, President José Eduardo continue to have high regard and feel friendship to Nigeria because of the great contribution Nigeria made to achieve independence for Angola, as well as for the solidarity Nigeria provided in the fight against apartheid in Southern Africa. This fight, a portion of this fight which occurred on Angolan territory. We also, President Sir, wish to thank you for Nigeria's involvement in supporting Angola during the civil war that Angola experienced. President Sir, we will never be able to express our gratitude enough, and terrorism has become a phenomenon that we, all countries and governments, must pay close attention to, be it religious or of any other nature. We still have piracy on the high seas, occurring in the Somali seas and in the Gulf of Guinea. We do believe that all these acts must be fought against so that we do not have imposed upon us, through the force of arms, the will of people whose interests cannot be defended. President, sir, your country, Nigeria, is a leading catalyst and will boost the growth of the African continent. We all wish to count on Nigeria when we have to face challenges in the future. Many have referred to Nigeria's talent and that of Nigerians in football, in poetry, but in particular in international politics, in particular on the Security Council, where Nigeria plays an important role. All this indicates that all Africans do count on Nigeria and the role that Nigeria plays. It is in this spirit also, President Sir, that Angola looks up to Nigeria, a country with which we have several bilateral agreements, so that we are able to together look at a common future that will also be a happy future. This is our desire. We wish you a happy centenary as we wish you stability in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
We thank the distinguished Minister of External Relations of Angola for his statement. May I now invite the Senior Minister in charge of Presidential Affairs, representing the President of Togo, His Excellency Mr. Solitoki Ese, to give his goodwill message.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République fédérale du Nigeria,
President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, Mr. Faure Gnassingbé, would have loved to be present at this great historical event, but he was unable to come here due to last-minute schedules, and he gave me the honor and privilege to represent him at this ceremony. Therefore, I would like to, on his behalf and on behalf of the Togolese people, express to you, Your Excellency, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, our thanks to you and also to the people of Nigeria for your invitation to participate in this event. I would like to seize this opportunity to convey the deep sympathies of your friend and brother, His Excellency Faure Gnassingbé Yadema, and the Togolese people after the unfortunate events that took place in Yobe, to which the entire people are horrified seeing such murders of innocent pupils. Please, Mr. President, sir, accept our deepest sympathies. The event that we are celebrating today undoubtedly has marked the history of your country, Mr. President, sir. The event, which was the unification, amalgamation of the northern and southern protectorate of Nigeria with the Lagos colony, and which in 1914 established a single Nigeria. And today you are celebrating 100 years as a nation. This nation has passed through significant events and today has emerged as a giant of Africa, as a country, a big country in West African region. This glorious event, this glorious history that Nigeria has passed through is the fruit of the work done by its eminent sons and heroes, which we pay glowing tribute today. Nigeria has achieved this gracious success thanks to the work, the disciplined work of national unity, and which have been accepted and shared by all the children of Nigeria. Thus, we would like to pay tribute on behalf of the President and people of Nigeria, congratulate this dear sister country for such brilliant success, and also to celebrate this shared achievement, that this success would be sustained. We wish Nigeria the best of luck for the next centenary to come, and I thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished minister for his statement. May I now invite the Minister in charge of African Affairs, representing the President of the Republic of Algeria, His Excellency Mr. Majid Baguera, to please step forward and make his goodwill statement. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président de la République fédérale du Nigeria,
President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the President of my country has given me the privilege of attending this conference. I would therefore like to read the speech of my President to you, President Abdulaziz Bouteflika, the President of Nigeria, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, when the Nigerian brothers are celebrating the centenary of a great nation, I'm very happy to extend my sincere congratulations, express my sincere congratulations to the President in his efforts to strengthen security and ensuring stability and to anchor democracy and promote economic development and social progress in his country. The persistent effort of Nigeria in these areas is a reflection of the determination of the administration to give central place to human beings and to promote general development of the country. And human security is the most appropriate manner of ensuring this. In this regard, I would like to highlight the exemplary approach that has been adopted in the Nigerian nation in the past year in an effort to ensure unity, solidarity, and peace. And this is the value, Your Excellencies, the current situation in the world is marked by increasing human insecurity through unemployment and through the unstable financial crisis, the tendency towards intolerance, and the escalating conflict and threats of terrorism and crime. And this has created a very unstable climate in most societies. This is a global challenge that can only be taken up at global level and national level through improved governance that will meet the aspirations of all men. This challenge also requires the mobilization of one and all towards resuscitating humanistic values and civilization, cultures, and religions. Your Excellencies, Africa is very aware of the relevance of these challenges, which is more obvious in this continent than in others. And this is how Africa, within the context of NEBID, is implementing multidimensional activities relating to human security, including the promotion of human rights, access to education, health and employment, the fight against poverty and inequalities, and the prevention and resolution of conflicts. This approach is based on ownership taken and partnership at local, national, regional, and continental levels. The achievements made so far are encouraging. For example, the improvement of policies in Africa. There are still many challenges to be faced. For example, issues relating to peace and security, food security, poverty reduction, employment creation, sustainability of growth, and adaptation to climate change. The African agenda for the 21st century has been defined, and it requires more mobilization towards coming up with African solutions to African problems, the transformation of the economies, the continuation of improvement of governance. I have no doubt that through all these efforts, Africa will be able to achieve its Renaissance program and emerge as a full stakeholder in global progress. That is the end of the speech. Thank you.
We thank the distinguished minister representing the President of Algeria for his statement. I'm happy to announce that at this stage we have only 2 speakers left. And may I now invite the distinguished Minister of Defense representing the President of the Republic of Zambia to please step up to the podium and make his statement. Thank you.
Your Excellency, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Your Excellency, President of the French Republic, Mr. Francois Hollande, all heads of government, all heads of state present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you felicitations from the people of Zambia and your brother, the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency, Mr. Michael Chilufya-Sata, who I stand here to represent, and also deliver a message of goodwill on his behalf. Your Excellency, the Zambian government takes cognizance of the significant strides made by the Federal Republic of Nigeria in achieving the centenary of the amalgamation of the northern and southern regions of Nigeria. The 100 years anniversary signifies the evolution of democracy and stability in a country that has a dynamic, multicultural, and religious setting. Permit me, sir, Your Excellency, to express our deep appreciation to the leadership and citizenry of this great nation for this historic event. Sir, nation building is certainly not an easy task. It calls for great sacrifices, as seen from the unwavering commitment shown by your government in the quest of achieving this goal. As such, the people of Nigeria should not relent in striving to attain even greater heights despite the many challenges being faced today. As the nation celebrates its centenary, here, Your Excellency, I'm alluding to the tragedy of the massacre of innocent young people in the northern part of Nigeria. The heart of the people of Zambia and in that of my president is out with you and mourns with you, sir. Nigeria's socio-political development and the march towards strengthening democracy cannot be complete without recognizing the gallantry of your leadership, the resurgent strength of character, the resolve of goodwill, and enduring sense of togetherness which your leadership espouses whenever confronted with a challenge or tragedy, bolsters our confidence that the acts of terrorism that have in the recent years characterized the security situation will sooner than later be resolved. This has further been demonstrated by the strong courage and collective resentment expressed by your leadership against all forces of terror worldwide. Zambia, therefore, commends Nigeria's immense efforts towards the sustenance of democracy that has evolved over time from the post-military governments that characterize the country's political growth to the present democratic dispensation. As a country, Zambia is indeed proud to be associated with the leadership of Your Excellency. On this achievement that signals the strengthening of democracy and good governance. Sir, allow me to conclude by assuring you, Mr. President, of my country's continued support and cooperation in all your endeavors as a sovereign and united nation, one Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you all, and God bless you.
We thank you, sir, for that statement, and we remain grateful to Zambia and to your president for assigning you to perform this task on behalf of this great country. May I now invite the president of our sub-regional organization, ECOWAS, to please make his goodwill statement.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Your Excellency, the President of the French Republic, special guest, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federation, former Head of State of Nigeria, Honorable President of the Senate, Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, esteemed members of the Government of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, honorable members of the Parliament of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin by expressing my profound gratitude to His Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for the honor and privilege extended to me to be part of this epoch-making event. I wish also to express my sincere and heartfelt appreciation to His Excellency, Mr. President, for his magnanimous invitation to me, which is by extension an invitation to all the heads of ECOWAS institutions and their staff, and indeed to the entire ECOWAS community. Our appreciation of your gesture goes to reaffirm once more your personal commitment to ECOWAS and your benevolence and concern towards this organization, just like your illustrious predecessors. This occasion affords me an opportunity to recall the prominent role that was played by Nigeria in the establishment of ECOWAS in Lomé on 28 May 1975. In addition, this country, in her goodwill and kind gesture, immediately offered to host the Executive Secretariat of the organization in Lagos. Furthermore, the government of Nigeria donated to the young organization the building that served as official residence of the late Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa in his capacity as Prime Minister, situated at number 6 King George Road in Lagos. This enabled the Executive Secretariat to commence work immediately without delay. All these go to buttress the commitment of Nigeria to the unity of West Africa and indeed Africa as a whole. I say thank you to Nigeria for all that. Once more, thank you, Mr. President, for affording us this wonderful opportunity to celebrate with your great people the birth 100 years ago of what is today's Nigeria. Nigeria, for many, is a name that is linked to the memory of great kingdoms and prestigious civilizations that have spread throughout West Africa, and a name that is synonymous with the most populous country in Africa. More importantly, for us, West Africa is the fact that Nigeria is this meeting place where everyone feels at home, because one finds everywhere a bit of his own native land. From the lush bay of the Niger Delta to the savanna of the Lake Chad and central area, from the fascinating Eco Islands to the sweet beauty of a plateau, from the impressive Owami Desert to the green and hospitable Abuja, from north to south, and from east to west, what a diversity and what a natural richness. This country that I have just apprised you of what it did for the launch of ECOWAS still plays and continues to play a key role in the smooth implementation of the integration project initiated by this organization, and in particular, its flagship project, which is peace and security. It has always provided us with a deep sense of pride every time we needed to win a battle together, especially for peace, as was the case of Sierra Leone and Liberia in the past, and most recently in Guinea-Bissau and Mali. It has also been in the forefront every time we had to defend our common interest on the international scene. This country we are rightly proud of reflects many of our expectations, including our ultimate goal to see Africa occupy in the concert of nations a place commensurate with what it has already given to humanity and what the role it will inevitably play in its harmonious development. Certainly, Nigeria does not lack the resources to meet our expectations. In this respect, it's worth remembering that Nigeria is among the countries that have produced African Nobel Prize winners, and in every area, it possesses talented sons and daughters among the brightest in their field of endeavor. Excellency, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the Head of State and Government, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, while this ceremony is first and foremost festive, like any other celebration, it is also an invitation to a deeper reflection. Human security and development, which is the theme of this celebration, aims at giving to the individual all his importance while enabling him to actively take part in the life of a group to which he belongs. This involves both the recognition of his right to freedom and the opportunity for him to actually enjoy it, that is to say, to meet his basic needs and live in a peaceful environment. By choosing this theme for Nigeria's centenary celebration, the Nigerian government is not only faithful to the history of these great people and the values of its various ethnic groups, it also follows history by revealing its ambition to ensure that Nigeria is firmly focused on the bright future to be guaranteed by its democratic weight, its young population, and the spirit of its people. In my capacity as the President of the ECOWAS Commission, I would like to say that I am very delighted about these achievements. I would also like to say that ECOWAS will endeavor to support Nigeria in its quest for peace, security, and human development. At this juncture, let me express our deepest condolences to the Nigerian people for the loss of lives due to the recent action by the terrorist groups. My address will not be complete without expressing my warm congratulations to His Excellency, Mr. President, for organizing this wonderful commemoration and for mobilizing all the people of Nigeria. Kindly accept also my congratulations for the tribute personally paid to you by all these prominent personalities, most especially your West African peers, who have responded massively to your invitation, showing thus their friendship and expressing their admiration for the great people of Nigeria. To these great people, that is an integral part of the people of West Africa, I extend my wishes for continued success and improved well-being in unity, harmony, and peace. I hope they are more united and stronger in this 21st century. May they continue to give us a sense of pride in all the fields. Pride of being black, pride of being African. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, the President of the ECOWAS Commission. And the very last, but certainly not the least, our friend from the Ambassador Ashraf Salama, representing the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt. You have the floor, sir.
Your Excellency, President Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellencies, heads of states and governments, heads of delegations, distinguished guests. I have the honor to convey the goodwill message of His Excellency Adel Mansour, the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, on this great occasion. I quote, "I'm extremely pleased to be present amongst you today, celebrating 100 years of Nigeria's unity. We are actually celebrating a story of an inspiring struggle by a great African nation that succeeded in preserving the unity of its people and in embracing the rich diversity as a source of strength. Today also is a celebration of the spirit of solidarity and fraternity that bonds our nations and our epic struggle for peace, stability, and prosperity in our continent that will be always recorded by the brightest chapters of history. Egypt will always take pride in its role in this joint struggle and will always remain at its forefront. Excellencies, I would also like to commend the choice of the underlying theme of our summit, human security, peace, and development. Since the turn of the new millennium, our demographic, environmental, and technological landscapes has shifted significantly, and opportunities, but also threats to our common peace, security, and development are more complex and interrelated than ever before. This highlights the centrality of human security as a universal framework in the 21st century. And on that topic, I would like to highlight a few points. Human security is based on national ownership and must be implemented with full respect for the purposes and principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations. Furthermore, human security must strengthen national solutions which are compatible with local realities. Meanwhile, achieving peace and security in Africa represents one of the major challenges that hinder sustainable development in the continent, where African ownership and strong institutions are required to meet the diverse challenges and conflicts. Accelerated efforts towards achieving the Millennium Development Goals and a fresh commitment to subsequent post-2015 development agenda must be at the forefront of the continent's resolve. By focusing our efforts and advancing the interconnected pillars of peace, security, and development, we will be able to translate our efforts into concrete actions to improve the lives of our African people. In the aftermath of conflicts, there is a need to address the root causes and promote inclusive peace-building architecture that minimize the space in which communities may relapse into conflict. And let me add, in this regard, the scourge of terrorism should and cannot be tolerated, and must be focused on in a larger international fora and effort. Let me also reiterate here our deepest condolences to Nigeria on the terrorist tragedy they just faced. Excellencies, in wrapping up my brief intervention, I would like to extend once again, on behalf of the President and Government of Egypt, our heartfelt congratulations to Nigeria, its leadership and people, and to convey our sincere wishes for sustained strides on the path of prosperity and further advancement. I thank you all. God bless Nigeria. God bless Africa. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the distinguished representative of the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, for your statement. And that brings this segment of the session to an end. May I now, because what has happened over time is that we've had some elements of what has been going on put in a statement, a very flexible statement, which sort of captures the essence of what we have been talking about here. And may I now invite our Minister for Agriculture, His Excellency Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, to read what may be considered a statement reflecting on the outcome of our meeting. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Excellencies, the Presidents, and heads of delegations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As was noted by just right now, we have noted all that has been said by the Presidents and the leaders of delegations, and we have put together the following as a draft statement of the Abuja Conference. An international conference on human security, peace and development, agenda for the 21st century, was held at the International Conference Center, Abuja, Nigeria, on 27 February 2014. It was convened in part to mark Nigeria's centenary celebrations. Participants included heads of state and governments from Africa and beyond, as well as heads and high representatives of international organizations. His Excellency, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, gave the keynote address. The President of France, His Excellency Francois Hollande, was a special guest of honor and addressed the conference. 6 other presidents and leaders made formal presentations on the theme of the conference. Several other presidents and leaders delivered goodwill messages on behalf of their countries and organizations on the theme of the conference. They congratulated the government and the people of Nigeria on the auspicious occasion of the centenary celebrations. They commiserated with Nigeria on the killings of innocent school children by terrorists. They strongly condemned the acts of terror and reassured Nigeria that they stand ready to fully support Nigeria to end the Boko Haram terrorist activities. Following extensive discussions and deliberations at the conference, a number of key conclusions and outcomes emerged, which are intended to set an agenda for a 21st century Africa around the theme of human security, peace, and development. They include African leaders commit to redouble their efforts to strengthen democratic institutions and culture in their respective countries, especially through greater commitment to good governance, transparency, and the rule of law. To this end, the cost of governance, elections, and electioneering should be reduced to deliver the full dividends of democracy to their peoples. African leaders commit to work even harder to address the scourge of terrorism that threatens human security, peace, and development in several African countries. In this connection, in addition to calling for greater cooperation in intelligence gathering and sharing, African leaders further resolved to stem the proliferation of small arms and light weapons, which aid terrorism and other transnationally organized crimes. Africa and the international community should act in concert to reduce the drivers of illicit trade and transfers of small arms and light weapons. African leaders noted that the youth bulge in Africa and rising unemployment among the skilled and educated is a major challenge to human security, peace, and development. They called for a sharp focus on creating jobs for Africa's teeming youth population, in particular in the areas of skills acquisition, entrepreneurship development, engaging the youth in agriculture as a business, and in terms of access to finance. African leaders called for an urgent need to reduce inequality and ensure inclusive growth, including social policies that improve access to food, water, housing, and education that are crucial for inclusive social participation. African leaders agreed to address the challenge of climate change, which is exacerbating vulnerabilities, desertification, floods, and displacement of populations. African governments commit to empower women to improve human security. Concrete steps should be taken to expand political space for women in national leadership architecture. African women governments resolved to adopt an affirmative finance action for women, which calls on all banks in Africa to devote at least 30% of their lending in agriculture to women farmers and women-owned agribusinesses. In this African Union's Year of Agriculture, African leaders agree that securing African women's future will secure Africa's future. African leaders called for a sharp focus on wealth creation and expansion of economic opportunities and expanded intra-regional trade to create jobs as well as add value to Africa's primary products and commodities to ensure that wealth is created on the continent. African leaders agreed to redesign security architecture to effectively address insecurities, insurgencies, and conflicts. They recognize that the enemies of the state today in Africa are faceless, driven by religious extremism, ethnic mistrust, rivalries, and propagandas of hate. African leaders now agree that acts of terror against one nation is an act of terror against all. Leaders agree not to use their countries as havens for terrorists and to cooperate to adopt protocols that allow countries to pursue terrorists well into safe havens in other countries and manage their political boundaries to end transboundary terrorism and insurgencies. They stress that the battle against terrorism is a battle for democracy. African leaders share their experiences and agree to learn from the diverse and unique experiences of African countries to better understand the underlying drivers of conflicts, insurgencies, terrorism, and political, societal instabilities, and to focus on national reconciliation, social inclusion, ethnic and religious harmony. Given the imperative for Africa to define, shape, and own its own human security, peace, and development, African leaders agree to the establishment of an African Human Security Index to be developed by the African Union to help monitor progress being made. It was agreed that this statement be transmitted to the 23rd Ordinary Session of the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union, holding in June 2014, to be taken into account in the elaboration of the post-2015 Development Agenda and Agenda 2063 of the African Union. Conference participants expressed gratitude to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, the government and the people of Nigeria for convening the conference and for the generous hospitality extended to them. As the country marks its centenary, participants lauded Nigeria's enormous contributions, leadership, and sacrifice in ensuring continental liberation, freedom, peace, and development. They encouraged Nigeria to remain resolute, united, and focused to assure unity and stability, as Nigeria's success in this regard is vital for the peace and security of the African continent. Issued at Abuja, Nigeria, this 27th day of February, 2014. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
Thank you very much. That is a very flexible statement which reflects the outcomes of this international conference. May I now formally request that this meeting is brought to a close and invite that we rise to the national anthem of Nigeria. Our head of state, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, would like to invite heads of delegations and heads of states to please proceed with him outside for a group photograph marking the centenary celebrations. Thank you. There is also lunch, late lunch at the Makibi Center to the left, to my left. Lunch as well. Everyone should go for lunch at the Makis. Thank you.
I don't think he is. They're going to the stadium.
Ele va como se te ya de
Obina.